And we're back. We're back. For the Rumble Sphere. But yeah, YouTube. We're sort of back. We're sort of back. You got to find yourselves again. It's ridiculous to think about. It really seriously is. But fuck you, YouTube.
I'm like, this has to stop. This demonization, this otherizing of people who don't share our political viewpoints. And I read Ben's tweet about Charlie, empathetically and sympathetically, and, just I had nothing but love for Ben. And then I did my tour in the fall where I had Tucker Carlson one night and Ben the next night. And I gave Ben the nicest intro a person could possibly give him. I mean, it was a conscious effort to build him up because people were already turning on Ben because the Israel war had gone on so long in Gaza. There was a lot of blowback. Ben is, ardently 100% pro-Israel. And I didn't like seeing him twist in the wind. I felt bad for him. And I really wanted to sort of vouch for him with my audience to say, hey, this is a good person, Let me tell you some wonderful things about Ben in the intro before he came out. But publicly, we aired that on my show. And he was in an irascible mood that night. We had a contentious back and forth on the stage, but it was fine. I had no problem with it. And he kind of stormed out of there that night. And I thought, are we not good? And why are we not good? And I think in that night, I thought it could be because of Tucker, because I'm still friends with Tucker, and those two are openly warring. And I was trying to get them not to. I love Tucker like a brother. And I've known him a lot longer than Ben, but I care about Ben too. And I tried very much behind the scenes to get them both to come together and try, for the sake of the conservative movement and the country, to like disagree but not hate each other, which was a fool's errand, but it was undertaken in earnest for whatever it's worth. And instead it seemed to turn Ben on me, not Tucker. He had no problem. He wasn't into it, like he wasn't wanting to be close to Ben, but in no way did it make him feel angry toward me. It's only one side asking me to defriend the other side. And, but Ben and I had a text exchange after that. And he said in the text, something to the effect of, I agree that our friendship is more important than what other friendships we have in our lives. And that's what we should nurture and, prioritize. Because he'd been in my ear about Tucker prior to that. And I was like, I totally get where you're coming from, but I love him and I disagree with you. And I do listen to his show and I think you're misinterpreting where he's coming from. And he rejected that out of hand. And we had already agreed to disagree on Tucker, which is fine, right? That's friends do that. Like, I get it. He's in a very sensitive place. He's got family in Israel and I think a home in Israel and, obviously very, very committed to Israel. And the next thing I knew, Sean, he was standing on the stage at Turning Point ripping me as a coward.
A coward?
Allegedly because I wouldn't call out Candace Owens and what she was saying about Erica Kirk. But that's not what it was about. It was about my not ending my friendship with Tucker, which is the thing that he had been pushing me on for weeks, and I wouldn't do. And he, like many of his supporters, have been using the Candace-Erica feud against me ever since. At the time, I wasn't saying anything about whatever's going on between the two of them because I was working behind the scenes to help them resolve it. I actually had gotten to know Candace a little, and I knew Erica pretty well. And Candace was very, very focused on Turning Point, as she remains, including Erica. And Erica asked me if I would help her broker a peace between the two of them. And I said yes. So I was trying to do that at Erica's request. And people like Ben didn't quite understand, nor did they give a shit. It's like they just assumed I was a coward, I guess. I was too weak to stand up. Meanwhile, it's like I've been asked by the person you purport to be protecting, Erica Kirk, to help her behind the scenes put this to rest. So go fuck yourself. And you're trying to shame me for not coming out and saying, Candace Owens is bad. It's just possible you don't know the whole story. Have some humility. And a real friend, before he stood up in front of millions to attack me as a coward, might have shot me a text to say, hey, I'm about to attack you for not doing this thing. I know you to be a good person. Is there a reason you're not doing this thing I demand of you? And I would have told him. But from that night forward, he and his supporters turned this into like, you will say the thing about Candace Owens or you're bad. You're bad and Tucker's bad. And it got lumped and this whole thing became a proxy for the fight over Israel. Like, because they needed me to condemn Candace Owens, not because of what she said about Erica Kirk. To this day, it's not about that. It's because she is the chief Israel critic. Arguably one of them in the country, arguably one of the chief in the country. And they need me to say she's bad, she's an anti-Semite. And now that they've made anything I say, the stakes of the relationship, between me and these people, it's a forever no. Mm-hmm. It's beyond a no, it's a forever no. That you want to get on my bad side, try to control me. It's just never gonna happen. So I won't defriend Tucker. I'm not going to say what they want me to say about Candace, who I've gotten to know much better. And I'm still close with Erica. It is possible. I see what's happening between the two of them. I've said what I'm going to say about it. And I have asked Candace to stop. And I've said I don't approve of what Candace is saying about Erica. But it's never enough. You give them one little... No, you have to say it like this. Mm-hmm.
She's into domination, you think?
It has to be this far. You have to go... this far about it. You've got to condemn it in these terms. Fuck you. No, I don't.
Man.
I can do what I want. And I can say what I want. And I can have relationships with whomever I want. And when I went on the stage at Turning Point, I was asked about some of the questions that Candace was asking about Charlie's murder. And I made clear that I was fine with the questions she was asking about Israel. And really, like, that added to it. So like the ardently pro-Israel crowd really turned on me. You must be an anti-Semite. You're bad. Some are like, you attacked.
Ben's into gatekeeping. He kind of is. It's disturbing to think. It's disturbing to think how much gatekeepers really are just doing that. There's a lot of people out there that think they get to rule things. They get to put themselves as being like the best type situation or whatever over and above other people because they're just like, oh, well, I am who I think I am. I don't give a damn who the fuck you are. Control you or a situation or anything else that's going on in your life. Don't let it. Don't allow it. Fuck all of them.
Ben. Like, I didn't attack Ben. Ben attacked me. The next night, I said he doesn't have the power to take all my friends away from me, which is basically what he was arguing for, to excommunicate me from the conservative movement. That's not an attack on Ben. And since then, he's been coming for me ever since. Every once in a while, I'll say something about him, but he hasn't let up. And then, of course, Mark Levin is just a fucking lunatic.
Well, I mean, it didn't work out for Ben. They just did 2 rounds of layoffs at the Daily Wire. The views are in the fucking garbage can. If you could just pull the channel up. I can't remember how many subs they have, but it's like 1.4 thousand views.
I mean, Ben's
it's
problem...
fucking...
He's buying views right now. That's what's happening.
It's amazing. I've only seen somebody completely destroy their entire legacy with their ego one other time. And it's interesting to watch it.
And it wasn't his support for Israel.
One too.
Because he did shed viewers. He's been shedding viewers. Like, we're all down viewers who are in news because it's a rough time in news. But it's fine. They go and they come in news. It's happened to me many times over the course of my career. But the reason Ben's been shedding them...
I mean, how much has he really seriously been shedding? How much? Let's go take a quick glance. I'll take a quick glance at the YouTube stats of Ben Shapiro. Because though not always accurate, Social Blade still has some accuracies to it. When it's not, I don't think the grading is necessarily always the most accurate. You see, he's like 724, 24th subscribers rank. Like these things, I don't believe these things. These things, when he comes down here and you look at the negative 30,000 in the last 30 days, that, yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that when you see these numbers, you look at these graphs that are on here, and you're like, oh, look at all of the people, tens of thousands of people that have kicked out over and over again. That's a lot of people. You can go look up mine if you want. We can go look at mine so that we're not just picking on Ben Shapiro. You see where Megyn Kelly's at? Hers says it's negative 20 in the last 30 days.
Probably a big portion of that. Well, yeah, probably she's probably been dropping since probably lost a bunch of MAGAs.
No, it said 10,000 a day. It said 10,000 a day. You go back to Ben. Go back to Ben. We'll look at that. It's 30,000. Yeah, but when you look at these numbers, you're like 10,000, 10,000. These are December, January, February. You're like 10,000 each month. Oh.
But what's he got? 22 million? Is that his overall?
Overall, it says he has 22 million views in the last 30 days.
How many subscribers does he have?
7.03.
Okay, so he's got a lot of fucking subs. Fucking 7 million. I mean, he's got to be. Does it say how many he gets coming in? How many subs have subbed in the last 30 days?
Not really positive on all that.
That would be nice to see too, like how many subs they gain compared to how many they've lost.
I mean, just about 5 million views in a month. I mean, that's not bad.
It's a lot of money. That's what, $50,000 a month? Roughly, give or take. I mean, get roughly like a, what was it?
She's doing 3.2
And she's got 4.1
with
million.
4.4 or 4.14. Right. So you kind of, like, I mean, percentage wise, she's doing all right. Comparably.
Now put Joe Rogan in there. It is probably huge.
But let's check out Sean Ryan real quick to see where he's at. Oh, wrong one. Am I not spelling his name right? Why is there so many Sean Ryans?
SHAWN is how he spells Sean. I
Is
don't
that
know.
how he's spelling Sean?
Yeah, SHAWN.
Okay, there's the Sean Ryan show. 6.21,
He's up there too.
but he only has a 2.4. She has a better viewership than he does.
Well, he just recently came back to it too, right? Didn't he? Did
Did he take a hiatus for a little bit?
Maybe he did. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Created all the way back February 6, 2017.
What's the estimated amount of money he's making? He's pulling in a month.
There you go. C-, doing horrible. There's a 3 people, 1 person, 2 persons, whatever. Very minimal. Lost 1 person in the last 30 days. That happened last night. Interesting. First episode back, lose a person.
Stick mine in there. I think mine probably don't look very good either, because I lost
Judge
a bunch
Maddie.
of stats.
What is it? We were watching Megan Kelly or whatever, but there was Megan Kelly with Sean Ryan, but for whatever reason, yeah, we're live on YouTube. It's weird.
Do the
It's weird.
conspiracy music.
Deal with it. 4.85,
I know I've lost quite a few.
10.
Well,
10,
one time I was
10.
almost at 5K, but I've lost a bunch.
It says 10 in the last 30 days. It's actually got a viewer count. Mine probably has very little if I went back on that.
I have uploaded a couple things in the last couple of months. I need to start. Well, I've been upload shorts over there.
50,000 was this? That must be an ongoing number.
50,000 views. That's not bad, considering you haven't streamed in forever. I didn't.
Exactly,
see
man.
my views.
Koolfrogg, could you do mine also? It's something I've never ever looked at. Never went into the analytics side of any of this stuff, man. Interesting.
$972 subscribers. He has more subscribers than I do. Get it? 4 subscribers in the last 30 days. Nice. You got more growth than most.
Upload some shorts over there. You'll start picking up a bunch of subscribers.
I've got a few clear. I've been trying to do that time at the right time zone. I've got maybe another 9 or 10 to go and just do one a day. So I've been doing that recently.
127,000 views. Nice.
Well, brother, that ain't accurate. I've got over 250 videos put on private.
It just went up a couple views.
Millions of views that I've got. But I've removed a lot of the stuff because YouTube were stealing the videos. Sort of vibe. I'll need to unprivate everything eventually. But there's a lot of it won't let you group all and unprivate everything. You need to go through one by one, and I would need a week.
973 subscribers.
Hey, brother, welcome home. Yeah, man. Thank you, Mr. Koolfrogg. It's nice to see.
Yeah, I got you, brother.
Yeah, I've never looked into the analytics stuff. I just haven't. Just sort of like they asked me at first in the first original channel if I like to monetize, and I was like, nope, ain't doing it for that, and just all the advertising shit like that. No, thank you. But yeah, man, you've got me sort of like thinking different a little bit about things and stuff like that as well. So yeah, I can't expect to catch fish if I'm not putting the rod in the water.
Right?
Yeah, brother. Interesting stuff.
Let's see what it's given me for upgrade to unlock similar channels. Oh, we got to upgrade now. They don't give it. They don't do.
That's what happened to mine because I had to put, I don't know, over 300 live streams on private. It really screwed me.
Right back.
That's what took my monetization away. Having to put all that stuff on private.
Okay. Megan Kelly.
Steadily by the tens of thousands for over a year. And I think the problem is, you can be pro-Israel and still have an audience, even in the conservative, wing is starting to turn on Israel. It's just he's become so intolerant He's
I really don't care for Candace myself. It's not somebody that I really seriously find myself wanting to go find to go see what she has to say. Not interested. Just not interested in any rate. She doesn't have anything that I would look forward to. People talking about it just makes her relevant.
become like a leftist scold and won't allow people who don't see it the way he sees it their say and to have their voice, which can be treated as legitimate if potentially wrong. That's fine. We do that all the time in American politics. But like Ben and many others who are very, very pro-Israel have seemingly changed the stakes to only we are right. Only we are righteous. And everybody who disagrees with us is an anti-Semite, neo-Nazi grifter.
Yeah, why do they manufacture anti-Semitism? 'Cause
They're
it seems
turning
like
into leftists.
they have to do it.
It's
They
the
have
exact
to
same thing
victimize
with the woke.
themselves to continue the fucking money flow going to Israel. That's what it is, right?
Well, it
has to be.
It's it's funny because Mark Levin calls people like you and me and Tucker the woke Reich. Like we're part of the Third Reich, but we're woke. I've never understood how they can argue we're woke. I really genuinely don't get it. It is they who are behaving like woke leftists, making identity and these baseless accusations of, you're an ist of some sort, racist, bigot, whatever.
Calling people names and giving them labels.
Stakes of the relationship. Like that's what they're doing. They have spent the past 5 years condemning the woke for saying, oh, what's important about me is my skin color. I want to be seen for my blackness. And they've just replaced it with my Semitism. And you're an anti-Semite. If you disagree with me on anything, you're an anti-Semite. It's because you're an anti-Semite. Like even if you just say, hey, Israel's gone pretty far. I defended it for 2 years, but it is looking a little genocide-y.
A little.
Yeah, but that's how I started off in like the most mild, like I defended you for the better part of this war.
I think Sean's just playing stupid and he's goading her into actually getting her to say more things by playing stupid.
A little bit. He's never been so dumb.
Right.
I may be wrong with that.
Globalist agenda, Sean. Derp. Yeah, he knows. He wants her to say it.
You haven't stopped. You continue to seem totally remorseless about killing tens of thousands of civilians. I've got to be honest, I'm starting to turn on you.
She's a clever cookie.
Anti-Semite. What?
You need a what?
She's a I need a what? She's a clever cookie though. She's a clever girl. Yeah, man.
Right.
Don't think she's
kind of one of those. There's multiple threat types of ladies, whatever. She, pretty smart. Got things going on. Husband that's knows what's up. Not afraid to say the things. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Paid for.
Husband?
I remember what he said her husband. Or she said her husband's name was an author of some sort.
Gotcha.
One of the ostracized bloodlines from Stalin. I think was mentioned.
You would not believe the number of attacks that were launched on me just at that point. You're under Tucker's spell. No. It's not Tucker. It's you. It's you people doing the mass killing and the people who are defending them without being honest about what's actually happening in Gaza. I have the capability of being honest. I can condemn what Hamas did on 10/7 with ease and have since it happened. I can be honest about the sexual assaults that took place and all the atrocities and have condemned it for months and months and beyond. But that same ability allows me to see what you...
She has selective stupidity. What are you saying? She's not a typical female?
Oh, Shazam.
Typical human being.
No, but that's easy for us to say because we are men.
Right.
And a lot of people don't like that when I'm saying people. Yeah, man. They're over feminized. Like that ain't a thing.
You, Israel, are doing very clearly. And when I started to see it and speak up about it, I had the whole pro-Israel internet turn on me, bot me. There are full groups who are all over my social media now. It's very annoying. It's annoying for my fans who don't want to deal with these bots, and I get it. But I think they're committed to not letting these people have the final say.
I'm getting it too. Not like you are, but whoa. What did that cause? Are you getting a lot of death threats?
I mean, we've had the FBI involved now multiple times because I've, you always kind of get death threats in my job, but they have risen to a level that's just beyond. And so, I can't and won't go through all the security precautions we've had to implement in my life, but it's insane. And it's so wrong. It's over what? Oh, my opinion. I now have to worry about getting shot because of my opinion. And what is...
I mean, is that where we're all at now? We have to worry about
Yeah,
getting shot?
we've been there for a minute.
You guys getting any feedback?
No, I'm not.
That's just me. That's just me and my headphones is cool. Just that electrical, just making a noise, sending me a message. I don't understand.
She needs to call it Jews against Christians. Maybe she does need to actually call it out for what it is, but maybe still doesn't want to.
Or doesn't have to either, because the writing's on the wall, so they say.
I'm catching
Yes.
that
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I caught that feedback.
Yeah, but it's coming through like a sort of like a.
Yeah, kind of like a weird
it's only coming through.
scratch.
It's only static, but it's coming through the way that someone would speak.
Yeah. That's the ones that give you the chills when you hear that shit. You hear that? Clay, are you hearing that?
Yeah, but
No.
the rhythm of it, Koolfrogg, it's like someone speaking, and the scratches is like if I was speaking, it's just going to come through as like scratches.
MK Ultra bullshit or whatever. You fucking catch that. He's like, what
My door's
do we?
open. My door's open, man. Kettle's always boiled. Anyway, everyone's welcome for hot tea.
Yeah, we're fine.
Oh yeah, now I can hear it.
Yeah, you hear that?
Yeah, I could hear it. Just sounds like a little static. Just sound probably some bandwidth.
When you start talking about
man.
certain, but yeah, you didn't hear it the whole show, and all of a sudden you start talking about certain things, and all of a sudden you hear it.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
okay.
they're listening
What,
on you.
Jews, Christians? Was that what was brought up? And then all of a sudden,
Right, right. It's all the Semitism stuff or whatever. Exactly that.
Come on, Mossad, do better. Echelon, too.
My opinion, I think Israel should stop killing civilians in Gaza and Beirut and elsewhere. And I don't want to be involved in their wars. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
It's just deeply wrong.
Well, I got you another
I
present.
agree with that.
Oh? Is it MDMA? What?
It's a pistol.
It's a pistol.
Since we're
pistol
talking
with a
about,
fucking
Beautiful.
self-defense, so it's
Got the
clear.
silencer on there?
It's got a silencer. Here you go.
That's awesome. Look at the
Pointing
size
at
of this
anybody.
thing. Wow.
It's got Sig's new optic. It's
Look at the size of this thing.
You see,
Look at-
he's
Wow.
on you. He's on YouTube, isn't he, Koolfrogg?
Yeah.
I mean, like product placement, smoking joints, pulling out any arms. That would just get you instant strikes on YouTube and shit.
I think he's on
Usually,
all the
you
major
look at all
platforms.
look at all the stuff behind him.
Exactly.
Look at the stuff that's
You know,
sitting behind her.
Yeah.
You see those guns sitting there in the wall, right?
He's always been like that also, though.
Right, right.
Well,
Well, I mean, he's military, so I mean,
and yeah, in just about
Come on.
every podcast, he gives the person he's talking to a gun.
Does he, Clay?
Yeah,
he
gave just about every one. He gave Nick Shirley one. He gives everybody a gun. Some of them he gives fucking rifles. Apparently, he's got really good friends at SIG, so they fucking give him guns, and he fucking gives them to his guests.
I'm a little bit bad at just watching the clipped versions
music.
a lot of these
Watch her
podcasts.
cap him.
I've not seen a lot of that, but I did know that he had a big cabinet in the background.
Silencers or suppressors, says Duck Fat. Quack, quack. What up, Duck Fat?
In fact, man, I just prefer the small axe for the big tree.
Yeah, you'll see in a lot of his podcasts. When he gives his guests a gun, they'll go out and shoot it at his shooting range.
Nice.
Oh,
I mean,
It's got SIG's new optic. It's got a red dot in it.
did he have his own shooting range? He didn't
Yeah.
really go somewhere.
That's the
Yeah,
suppressor
it's got
or
its own.
silencer. Takes 17 rounds plus one in the pipe.
wait, what kind of a gun is
9
it?
millimeter. That's a SIG Sauer.
Okay.
So I got a friend over at SIG. His name's Jason, and I told
Wait,
him
are you
were
actually
coming
giving this to me?
up. Yeah,
That's amazing. Really?
me,
Thank you.
SIG Sauer, and Silencer Shop. Silencer Shop also loves you, so they gave me that silencer to put on there.
So I mean, I'm.
Am I allowed a gun when I come to visit? Am I allowed that sort of thing?
Who all gets one?
Right?
This is the coolest thing I
look
now
under your
own.
chairs.
There's a range right next to my house where I do go sometimes.
Nice.
Don't want to set the bar too high.
We're gonna
'cause
see
I-
how often you spend at the range,
keep your expectations really low.
but
But this is beautiful. Wow. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thanks to our friends out there who gave it to me too. So the silencer. Do I want the silencer? Like I would use it on a bad guy who came into my house. Don't I want it to be loud where everybody hears it for miles around and comes and helps me out?
I don't know. You might want to
Yeah,
keep the kids calm.
Well, suppressors are illegal in some states,
Okay.
so she can't just take that to any state and it'd be okay.
All right, man.
She's actually jacked. I mean, when you look at her, you can see that she's actually got some tone to her. Or whatever. She actually has legit shoulders.
I'm definitely guessing, but I would say one of the states would be Texas.
Yeah, for sure.
Koolfrogg's taught me well.
Well, I don't know about Texas laws. I mean,
No, maybe not.
I don't think
there's no constitution.
I don't think there's a lot of states that you're allowed to actually have silencers or suppressors because
Silencers, suppressors, not so positive.
I mean, I'd have to
as far as
double check.
constitutional carry, Constitution carries like 23 states,
Wow. Excellent. That's where I'll be going.
including here. Constitutional
man.
carry.
This is badass.
But yeah, in Silencer Shop, they do a bunch of stuff for the Second Amendment too. They're always standing up for the Second Amendment and doing things and trying to get into legislation. So it's a good company.
God love them. We need them. I mean, honestly, it's like the past year more than ever. Haven't you thought like, what does the ammo kit look like? I mean, we've thought about it in a way we haven't in years for a lot of
okay.
reasons.
you
What
can
societal
own
unrest is coming?
silencers
What
and
bad guys
suppressors.
coming?
You got to pay
The
for
thing
it,
with
though.
Charlie. I mean, it was just Charlie's murder.
You got to pay for the suppressor.
Uh,
An extra little
be
fee.
it says be at least 21 years old, pass a background check, pay a $200 tax stamp, register the suppressor with the federal government, and wait for approval. So they're not illegal, but they are regulated.
Her question's right here. She's like, "What societal unrest is coming?" So, I mean, she's like legit. You know, when you think about the unrest, are we afraid to say what we need to say or what we want to say? Are we supposed to be afraid to say what we need and want to say? concerned that somebody's going to come after us if we, say something that they don't like. Um, I mean, it's ridiculous to think about. I mean, I really have to watch myself walking down the street all of a sudden because I come across as being somebody from the quote unquote right. I'm like, oh, not that either, really.
Sure.
Hope she's flying private. I mean, how do you get back? You're like, somebody send a car. I need to transport my weapon.
What bad guy's coming? The thing with Charlie, I mean, it was just Charlie's murder. I just think that Charlie's murder was the seminal event of the whole year. It's changed a lot about how we all are and how we're behaving and what's happened on the right.
What do you think that
depressing.
was? The last time I interviewed you, you made a recommendation that I interview Charlie. I didn't get that opportunity, unfortunately, but
Can you believe that? Of all people, I said Charlie Kirk. I'm so sad you didn't get to know him because you guys would have loved each other.
yeah, I wish I would have. I was being put into the MAGA spectrum, and I was never MAGA.
Neither was I.
But somehow the media placed me there, and so I didn't want to affiliate with any particular party.
Yeah.
And so I kind of steered away from it. Now I wish I would have, because I've heard so many great things about him.
No, I laughed when, Trump's like, she's not MAGA. I'm like, correct. I've never claimed otherwise. I've never been MAGA. I've always called myself MAGA adjacent. Like I'm a registered independent, which my audience knows very well. I say it all the time. It's very important to me not to have.
I'm politically askew. Like, it's right next to it, never really seriously in it. I really seriously, I mean, that's a great way to actually kind of put that, really. Not in it.
Policy vacant. Interesting position. I suppose a professional journalist, if you really, that's you, who you are, would always try and do that, though. I think it would be imperative to be a really good hack, to hack at all the things that are presented in a narrative. Politically adjacent, man. Let that settle.
Have these team labels on me.
What do you have to re-register?
Yeah.
I'm a registered Republican. I got to re-register?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
How do you do that?
You got to. You can do it. You get down to the DMV when you change your voter registration. When I changed my name when I got married, and they gave you the option then, but I had done it prior to that. So, yeah, I've never been MAGA. I understand MAGA, and my sensibilities are much more affiliated with the right than the left. So, like, that's all real, and that's me. But I've never said I'm MAGA ever. So, like,
it's only because you have the ability to think for yourself as opposed to relying on somebody else to think for you. That's what that is, Megyn Kelly. You're not necessarily just on the right or considerably adjacent to the right. They consider you that because they're like, oh, you don't join on like the rest of them.
It's more like it. I'm going to jump out of here. I've got a video appointment at 8:30 and a couple of calls. I need to make it 8 o'clock. I'll jump back in and see you, though. Yes.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, I'll be jumping out here in a minute. Before it gets too much later. I got off here the other night, went in the living room, grabbed a snack, started dozing off on the floor. My wife comes out like 4:30. What the hell are you doing out here? I was like, oh shit, you woke me up. It's a good thing you woke me up. I would have fell asleep out here.
Woke me up. Thank you. I'll go to bed. The closest thing for me has always been America First, but somehow, now that has been taken by groypers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's just like you can't even just be that either. You can't just be something because all of a sudden they glom onto it and they make it something that it's not, or whatever. Something that you don't believe it is.
I'm all about the slogans. I'm all about making America great again. I'm all about America first. They could have one fucking America kicks ass. I'd be behind that too. You know? I'm just patriotic about our country.
He tried one of those with a K. Something didn't work out right. Is it Keep America Great Again? It didn't go well. Kaga kind of died real fast.
Kick ass, America. You're number one.
Just in itself, the thought of us, wondering why there's so many different groups and factions of what is America. We need to stop it. Can't we all just get along? But what do you fellas doing with watching Megyn Kelly? Then where are we at? But it's just what, 7 hours in?
Watching Megyn Kelly and talking trash, man. Channel 2 Action News.
Kind of like that time
I hate
when
that I got placed in that. I never even wanted Trump to win until he was the only guy to vote for. But
well, that's the problem, is that elections remain binary choices. So it's like, do I wish I had voted for Kamala? Hell no.
that's not what I meant. I meant during all the other people that were running
Yeah.
for the Republican side, I was like, please just get one of these other people in.
Yeah.
And then when he got it, I was like, oh, fuck. And then I was like, please don't put anybody that's worth a shit in the administration because you're going to be garbage afterwards. There's no chance, especially right now.
You're not feeling
Did he just
optimistic
call
about
Megyn
JD Vance
garbage?
2028?
No.
Shit in the administration because you're going to be garbage afterwards.
Don't put anybody in the administration because you're going to be garbage afterwards. That wasn't directed at Megyn Kelly. That was at the administration.
There's no chance, especially right now.
You're not feeling optimistic about JD Vance 2028?
No, or Rubio, or anybody that's in there.
I mean, okay. I'm kind of a Marco Rubio fan, but
I am. I'm a Rubio fan for sure.
this thing that I want to try catching at noon here today, whatever, the Todd Blanche piece, I kind of like that guy. Kind of like that guy. I want to see what they really have to say about him.
Because they're all yes men fucking puppets.
Oh.
Now they're all talking about Catholicism, which I think is fucking hilarious.
Well,
let's talk about Oh, you're a fucking Catholic all of a sudden?
There's no way to be in the Trump administration without being a yes man. You won't last.
The fastest growing Christian denomination in the world right now. Now all of a sudden we're going to advertise that we're fucking Catholic? Right.
I'll tell you.
Joe Biden claimed he was Catholic. He claimed devout. And then he sit there and say abortion needs to be a thing, and whatever else. It's like, huh? How retarded are you? You're not devout. You don't get to claim devout and then go ahead and go against the grain on that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not how that works. People are fucking retarded.
What up, Duck Fat?
To say you're not MAGA implies you're not Trump. No one says I'm not the Make America Great Again. They use MAGA to diminish Trump at the expense of actually making America great again.
Yeah.
They've right, I'm with you. They've failed to actually make America great.
Yeah, it totally seems legit.
Pelosi being Catholic? I mean, right, exactly. Who's bro? I was raised in the Catholic religion. The whole CCD going through all of the bullshit. This is I freaking hated it.
I was raised Mormon.
We were given we were like legit like 18 years of education. We were told that we had to do that as well. So when it came down to the church, we were like, I was a year ahead in the church because, I wasn't held back when it came to the church. I was held back in elementary school because the public school is a fucking retarded place. Indoctrination camp. They didn't like it that I wouldn't comply with their bullshit when they wanted to put me on Ritalin back in the early 80s. So what'd they do? Oh, well, you don't get to move on. You need to go back through the bullshit system. Fuck off. I fucking hate Catholics. I really do. The Catholicism is just, it's just a big, huge, fat cult. When it comes down to believing in religion, yeah, Jesus is the man. He's the one that you look at. Seriously, the Catholicism that's behind it, they kind of commandeered some things and made it something that it's not intended to be. Take over MAGA though, Israel. I'm so sick of all the bullshit.
Have you heard of this organization, Catholics for Catholics?
No, what do they do?
I mean, it's Catholics for Catholics. They're going to get into politics.
Oh, that's not a good idea.
And so now you're going to give it all these fucking politicians that are claiming they're Catholic all of a sudden,
Well, I mean, JD is a recent convert, but Marco Rubio's a lifelong Catholic, right? And he's a Hispanic guy from Cuba. Like I don't know how observant he is. But I'll tell you what I think.
I don't see them standing up for any fucking Christian rights.
I think their biggest problem is the Republican Party is so divided. I don't know who the Republican Party can unite behind. The non-interventionist faction, I don't think they will back a Rubio or a traditional Republican who's neocon-y. And the neocon faction is not going to get behind a J.D. Vance. So who's the solution? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't see the solution. That's why, it would generally be a good time to be a leftist, but they have zero talent on their side. They have...
Catholics for Catholics is a U.S. Catholic political advocacy group that promotes Catholic teaching in public life, especially American politics, through events, media, and education. So they're trying to interject themselves back into the education system that they were kicked out of over the last several years or whatever. We were all told that we couldn't have, certain education with religion. 10 Commandments has been a huge controversy in several schools over and over again.
Pete Buttigieg, who, by the way, is polling first in the most recent poll I saw on Team Dem. Pete Buttigieg, okay, sure. He's not going to be president. He's not going to be the Democrat nominee, and he's not going to be president. Kamala Harris, no, she's already been rejected. AOC, sure, she could get the nomination, but could she convince a general electorate to vote for her? She's completely radical. She wanted to get rid of all the cows. So it's like, I don't think so. The super fat, trans-loving Governor Pritzker of Illinois, no. As soon as his gender policies and crime...
Super fat, trans-loving governor from J.B. Pritzker? Call him out, Megyn Kelly. Call him out.
Policies get outed. The general electorate's going to reject him. So I think the best thing the Republicans have going for them is the lunatic left, how bad they are, how they don't have a real threat. Gavin Newsom, let's go through the California policies. Let's just put them on a board. And tell me if you even think they're real. They're so radical you won't believe they're real. All under his watch. So, it's easy to sort of say, like, the Republicans aren't going to go anywhere because they've been all yes men to a very controversial, very unpopular agenda. But we have to pick somebody. And
do you like anybody on the left?
On the left?
Yeah.
Like a politician?
Anybody.
No, but if I had to vote for anybody over there who's like throwing his hat out there, I kind of like Rahm Emanuel. He's like a fighter. I like how he's He's a swearer and he's a tough guy. Like, he's a real.
And she likes him because he swears. Kind of a tough guy. I mean, I guess I'd need to know a little bit more about Rahm Emanuel, and if he's really even worth a damn.
Man. He's not like this sort of light in the loafer femme kid.
What up, Nomad? United States gets first prize for obesity? Definitely. Definitely, because it's the food source. 98% of the fucking store is not food.
Should maybe be more like Japan and have a metabol law.
I wish people just had an ability to actually have a little bit of self-worth where they're like, oh, I would rather not eat bullshit, consume garbage, and wonder why I don't feel good. Drink a can of soda and be like, oh, I got a heart murmur. I got to go take medicine for. Like, gee, I wonder.
Is that what soda does?
My dad won't even believe me on that one. He sits there and he takes a little baby aspirin every night. So that way he can control his AFib. He sits there and drinks soda all fucking day. I'm like, stop it. What? Like, it's that. Don't get it. Look at all the ingredients that are in there, and you look at what the ingredients do, and you're like, oh, fatty liver, heart murmur. Yeah, oh, okay. Ear palpitations. You got a high pitched tone in your ear. It's not from years of sitting there with a thing in your ear. No, my ears don't ring anymore. It's ridiculous. People question themselves all the fucking time, and they're all, oh, what? I can do what I want. Leave me alone. Yeah, okay.
Like Pete Buttigieg. He's not afraid to throw a punch. I like that. He has said no more money for Israel. I like that. He has said
that?
Yeah. He has said no.
Believe him?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. He's Jewish, but he's not an Israel firster. He has said that he doesn't want boys and girls sports. And he has said that he wouldn't change a thing about Trump's border. Like, I could vote for that kind of a Democrat. Now, there'd be things about him I didn't like, but I'd vote for him over a neocon righty.
What do you think of Ro?
Who?
Ro Khanna.
Oh, I like him. He's been on the show. He's reasonable. He's like, that's the kind of Democrat in general I would like, though I don't love him on the trans stuff. And I can't vote for anybody who's going to continue chopping off the body parts of children.
Is he big on the trans stuff?
He's not big on it, but he's not on the right side on it either. So, Rahm Emanuel's the only Democrat I know who's suggested they might run for president, who is where they should be on that issue. And I could never vote for that. We are sterilizing our children. We are depriving them of any hope of sexual pleasure or fertility at the age of 12. There's no informed consent. They want to ignore this problem like it's a nothing. It's not a nothing. It's not up to a parent. It's not between a parent and a doctor and a child. It's between God.
The bot's like, I'm not here. What are you talking about? Asking a legit question. It's like, what? Did I spell his last name wrong? Sure. We'll see if we spell it right. What happens? Said on Bill Maher, no more financial aid, and the days of taxpayers subsidizing Israel military are over. I mean, okay, I could be down with that. Good one, Megyn Kelly. I'm glad that you actually got something out of that.
And a child. And no child can consent to that when they are a minor. So that, I would never vote for somebody who would not stand against that. And he's a Democrat who's both against that and against more Middle East wars on behalf of Israel.
That's not very many people.
It's a short list.
Who do you like on the right?
I like JD.
You like JD?
Yeah, I don't think JD's in favor of this war. He's got to keep his mouth shut about it because he works for Trump. That's the deal when you're the VP. He accepted the job, so he's doing the job nobly. It's not noble to run around being like, my boss sucks. I'm against the war. I was the one person who stood against it. Make sure that's printed. He's really not doing that. He's standing for Trump. He's trying to find the right messaging around it. Like, it's not a great idea, but if we do it, this is how I guess we should do it. Like, you're the boss. You're the one they elected as president, not me. And so you're asking me what my thoughts are. He's on the record, according to the New York Times, as having said, I don't think we should do this. But if you're going to do it, this is what I think we should do. I think that's honorable. And I think J.D. Vance is definitely non-interventionalist. That's what the neocons hate about him. That's one of the main reasons they go after Tucker so hard.
So what do you say? You like J.D. Vance? Because that's concerning as well. That's concerning as well. His deep ties to Peter Thiel. Maybe she needs to look at what J.D. Vance is about.
It's because they see him as a surrogate for J.D. and they need J.D. to be hobbled. But I think J.D. on his own, when he's in the top spot, or it's going to be complicated because if he runs for it, he's got to run for it while still Trump's VP. He's going to be in the same position as Kamala Harris on immigration. And when The View asked her, anything you do differently? Nothing comes to mind. He's going to have to learn to navigate that because he's going to have to say, yeah, there's some things I do differently, and Trump's not going to like that. So that's going to be the joy of being us. We'll be able to talk about it. Not responsible for steering it. We just have to cover it. But yeah, I like JD a lot.
That guy has a fucking chance in hell of getting it.
Why?
Because he's not. I think the opposite. He's not saying anything.
Well, what would you
I don't think
expect a
Trump
sitting
is being
VP
loyal
do?
to the American people. I think first and foremost, if you're in any position in the administration, I think that you owe it to the people.
To do what, though? What would you expect?
The right thing.
What would you say to JD? Do what?
I would say he needs to speak out against what the fuck is happening in this country and in the world.
Like in front of a microphone.
Yep.
And betray his boss.
Yep.
And basically probably get forced out of the administration.
Yep.
Although you can't really fire a VP.
I mean, you can't fire a VP, but at the same time, do we need to have JD Vance as the fucking president? I'm not interested. Really, seriously not. What up, Noctilupus? Good to see you. I think that JD Vance is somebody that we really need to show concern about. And over the last even while he was running as vice president, I said, I don't know, I don't like it. I think we should be concerned. Oh, why? Cryptocurrency? For one? Nanobots for two. And everybody's like, well, what about cryptocurrency, this, that, blah, 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 blah. But zero people ever say anything about nanobots. They're just like, what? You didn't say that. You zero times over the last couple of years of me saying anything about nanobots. Has anybody ever said a damn thing?
See, I
look at him, I see a guy who is totally conflicted in his morals with what's happening right now. And he doesn't look like he knows what to do.
Well, are you so sure he's not fighting it behind the scenes from the inside?
I think people need to know that.
I don't know that he is or he isn't. I don't have inside knowledge on this. I just know where his sensibilities are. But I agree he's in a very difficult position. I mean, that's what happens when you accept this job. You put yourself in that very difficult position. It's not ideal.
I just don't see any positivity coming out of this administration. It seems very self-serving. I have a list of shit printed I could go through, but what was the last one? He fucking made it so he had Todd Blanche do the dirty work so that him or anybody in his family could never be audited by the IRS. What the fuck is that shit? Mm-hmm. The drone company, the $400 million jet from Qatar.
Yep.
The Executives Club. You know about that?
Yeah, that they started in D.C.
You don't hear about any of this shit.
Yeah.
Does this shit look like he's serving the fucking people? No. So you're going to serve that? Or are you going to speak out against it and let everybody know what the fuck is happening?
You think he'd be better off?
Fox News sure as fuck isn't reporting any of this shit.
None of it. None of it. No, I there's no question that the corruption in the administration has been far beyond what
He
I ever
sued the
expected.
fucking government. He sued his own fucking government. For what, like, how much?
Okay, but that I can defend. Because, look, he was maliciously prosecuted by the DOJ. Do you remember Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, those two FBI agents who were like, don't worry,
No.
we're going to stop him?
I had so much fun actually reading that fucking bullshit, making voices up for each one of them, and I fucking was drinking at the time, so it was like a couple hours of me constructively making voices and making fun of these asshats.
They sued their own government, and they got paid $2 million. They got paid. These two who were openly working to defeat a legitimate candidate who'd been nominated by Republicans or was about to be for president. How did they get paid? They complained that somebody leaked their texts to the media and their privacy had been violated, that their government had basically violated their rights. And Joe Biden's DOJ paid them out $2 million. Now, 1.8 billion is a lot more than 2 million, but it's the same principle. Trump saying to the government, the DOJ, which now he runs, but it's the same organization, you did the wrong thing. You maliciously prosecuted me, and I'm entitled to remuneration. So he filed this case. He has a case for that. There's no question that's true. He was maliciously prosecuted. There was no basis for what they did to him in particular. And they were behind the one in New York, which was one of the most specious. But, you know, the January 6th thing, that wasn't a criminal case against Trump. That was just a bullshit lie.
You can't use the presidency for...
I mean, that's going to be a strike right there. Just kidding. When he, there's a couple other cases. Because then they had the Georgia bullshit election with his recorded voice. And then you had the document stuff out of Florida of all the things that were supposedly in his bathroom. His gilded bathroom had a bunch of documents stacked in it. I'm like, whatever.
Self-retribution, though.
Well, I mean, you can, unfortunately.
I see that.
So, as a matter of settling that, he got this settlement. And even he knew it would be too much to say, I'm going to line my pockets with this money. The way he got around it was to say, I'm going to use this for a fund to pay out all the people who have also been maliciously prosecuted, like the January 6thers. I mean, James Comey has already said, how about me? It's a fair question, to be honest. But it's a huge number. And the 5-person board that oversees the payouts is hand-selected by Todd Blanche, his personal attorney, now our acting attorney general, and Trump can fire any of them at any time. So it looks like a massive slush fund for Trump friends and family, or anybody who just happens to come up with a claim, and we don't know how much the payouts are going to be. There are no criteria for what the payouts are going to be, and it's an unprecedented sum that hasn't been approved by Congress. Yet again, our tax money is not supposed to get spent without the approval of the representatives who answer to us via elections every 2 years, so that when it came to especially matters of the purse, we had the ability to hire and fire them if we didn't like what they did. That's being removed from us by something like this.
I feel like this is how he's justified to himself to just take advantage of every little thing that comes across his desk that's going to benefit him financially. He's justified it through what's happened to him previously, which I could understand, but I mean, I'm sorry. Like, it just, you can't
Fleece the American taxpayer.
can't do it like that.
Mm-hmm. No, it's disturbing. I mean, like
Or he's owned by Israel, or they've threatened him with blackmail, or his life, or maybe somebody in his family. Or maybe it's all of it together.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, Tucker's big on the threat. I'm not sure if I believe that. I just think, look, when it comes to matters of the wallet.
I mean, right? Give him the 10 billion. Shut the fuck up. Who gives a damn? It's rightfully his if that's the case. If that's the case, give it to him. That way he can go ahead and do what he needs to do, because he's going to go ahead and he's going to build more things. He's going to build more things over the next few years or whatever, and everybody's going to be like, what the fuck? Why are we building all these monument structures? So that you remember. That you remember what it is that he was trying to do. He's doing it for a reason.
Trump's always been, you know, very focused on money. And he's been less than forthright about his finances. You know, that's why his CFO went to prison of the Trump organization. Like, there's a reason. There's a history there. I guess I just didn't realize just how grand it would be on the presidential scale. I guess I kind of thought he'd be more like he was in the first administration, where he didn't do all this. Like, he understood that there were eyes on him, and there was the threat of congressional investigation and potentially prosecution hanging over him. Now that we have a Supreme Court ruling saying not much of what you do in your official role as president can be prosecuted, I think he's feeling a little more fancy-free. Yep. But he's not going to save himself from congressional investigations, which are going to start the moment the Republicans lose the House in November. You know, that's happening. And that could get ugly for him, so he should watch it a little. And the Trump sons should watch it. The drone company is problematic. We awarded a military contract to a drone company owned by the sons.
The crypto stuff.
At a time when their dad is the one prosecuting the war. Like, there are conflicts of interest that are pretty obvious that they should have to justify.
Oil shorting.
We don't know who's doing that or who's getting rich off of that.
But we're going to go after a fucking U.S. service member for a little bet on Polymarket.
You're absolutely right. That guy
Way to
made
lead by
$400,000.
example, guys.
Right, it's not great. We don't want it to happen, but we really don't want it to happen to the tune of millions. And it keeps happening over and over again as a result of reports that get dropped and that turn out to be untrue. You know, we have a deal. Another deal. Mm-hmm. The Iran war is over. It's over. Didn't you know it's over? It's weird how it's not over. Yeah, no, all of that should be looked into. You know, we need the federal regulators to take a hard look at some of those trades to make sure that they're legit and people haven't just accurately gamed it out without having insider knowledge.
Do you think JD has a shot?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow.
Who do you think has a shot? Someone's going to have to win.
I don't even think about it anymore because I don't think it matters.
I haven't quite crossed into that level of cynicism yet. I haven't taken the black pill. You know, I don't know.
I think
I've taken a gray pill.
It's biblical. I really do.
What do you mean?
If he thinks that way, then
I think we've idolized all these fucking people.
When the Democrats take over and they have open fucking borders, he has nothing to complain about because he didn't want to participate, right?
Right.
Really do.
What do you
we're
mean?
seeing a
Say
veil
more.
lifted. I think we've idolized all these fucking people. Trump, Musk, Biden, whoever, insert politician, billionaire, elitist, tech bro, whatever. And we're all looking for one person to fix this shit. And we keep propping these fucking people up and they're corrupt and this veil's lifting. I mean, in the Epstein, I mean, who knows if it's true or not, but they're talking about eating fucking babies and blood rituals on Epstein Island.
Mm-hmm.
This shit is biblical.
Would you vote for Thomas Massie?
Yeah.
Do you think he'd be corrupted?
I think it's very good.
Yes, he would be corrupted. He had been corrupted, and regardless to the level of corruption, he knows that he was trying to fix things. He knows that he was trying to fix things. He was trying to make some things that are bad better. Trump caught wind, and Trump's like, no, you follow along. He didn't want to follow along. He didn't want to actually kowtow to him. And he found out. He found out real quick. Got himself shafted.
Possibility.
I don't know. I like to believe there are still some people who are truly committed to their ideals. Look at Rand Paul. I think he's a good example of not easily corruptible. He doesn't care who hates him, and it's a long list. I respect that. I really do. He doesn't care. He'll buck Trump and his...
Then you should actually go ahead and bring up Senator Kennedy next as actually being that guy that everybody just loves so much, regardless He's gold. Gold.
Therefore loathed by him. But he has a core set of principles inherited from his dad, Ron, that seem genuinely near and dear to him, which I really respect. I still think there are some good men out there and women who could lead in a way we would admire.
They're going to get roadblocked, though, aren't they?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, what are they going to be able to do?
I don't know. I'd like to believe we're at the beginning of a sea change where people have had it. You know, maybe Trump will actually lean. It'd be great, actually. I'd love to see him lean into the corruption. Like, go for it. Double down, triple down. Do it so much that, Joe Biden set the table with his weird, son and all the deals they were doing with the Chinese Communist Party and everybody else. That was disgusting. The left wouldn't call it out. The right did. Then we had Trump, who's doing some corrupt stuff, and the right won't call it out, but the left is. Like, maybe if it just gets so egregious, we get to the point where it's burned down. And now, like, the only thing that can rise from that, heap of ashes is some sort of honest phoenix. I don't know. I'm always optimistic when it comes to America. I just feel like we won't continue settling for this level of dishonesty and awfulness. Like, we can't look what we came from. Look how we were founded. Look what we're about to celebrate as we hit 250. Like, it should be a good reminder, not with Milli Vanilli playing in the White House, wherever they're going. It's not even a real band. How do they get booked? They never really sing. But with like our own celebrations where we reread that declaration and we remind ourselves what a tyrannical government looks like and how we wouldn't stand for it then, and we're not going to stand for it now. And we're they say we get the leaders we need. Well, was
Milli Vanilli seriously booked for that shit?
I don't know.
You got to be kidding me right now. If that's the case, that Milli Vanilli really seriously got booked for 250, I mean, I would claim that that's the reason why everybody else is walking away and being like, no, I don't want to play.
That was the line. That was the line in the sand, huh? Milli Vanilli's it, bro. I can't.
Milli Vanilli, sir. No, I'm out.
That's the line in the sand. He done hired Milli Vanilli for the 250th. I'm out, bro. I can't do this anymore.
There's already enough fake shit going on. I don't need more fake shit.
Let's actually do that.
I'm cutting out, so I will catch you this week.
Sounds good. Later.
See ya.
Yep.
Let's actually do that next time around. I don't know, Sean. I just feel like I don't believe these are end times. I believe we're in a crisis. It's not going well, but that it's solvable. It's savable.
What happened to Doge?
They promised $2 trillion in cuts and they got $200 billion. And then went away because Elon got tired of politics and everybody hating him. That's a tough machine to fight too. In the same way Trump said he was going to fight big agra and big, pharma and didn't really. Tried dealing with big government and eliminating all those government jobs. Now, we did eliminate some amount of government jobs, but we didn't really, okay, so we saved $200 billion. Okay, great. But again, look how much we're spending. What's the budget that he just submitted for the Pentagon?
I have
$1.5 trillion?
I have no idea.
Okay. It's like the $200 billion is feeling like a teaspoon in the ocean. Yeah, Doge was a disappointment.
Bassett said what? That's estimated $600 billion in fraud a year.
Yeah.
$600 billion in fraud a year.
It doesn't surprise me. At least now they're looking at it. At least now, there have been some reports about fraud, so the government knows the country wants you to pay attention to it. That's positive. Don't you think we're better off in fighting fraud today than we were 4 years ago?
Yes. At least it's a topic of discussion. But, I don't know.
To me, it's like they say that, what's the saying? Basically that politics is Hollywood for ugly people.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Politics is a Hollywood for ugly people. Um, sure. Um, it makes no sense. Makes no sense. I'd like to see proof that that's really seriously something that anybody's ever said. Um, they seem to be very adjacent, like downriver from each other type situation. Culture, politics, they're all like right there. But yeah, okay.
Mhm.
And like people who couldn't make it in Hollywood wind up in politics or media. Like you weren't.
But Ronald Reagan was very successful. Um, uh, um, I mean, those that attempted to do something that were Hollywood actors were usually fairly decent. Donald Trump, I mean, billionaire philanthropist slash actor slash uh, uh, president. I mean, dude, I don't know.
Weren't hot enough or you weren't talented enough or whatever. So you wound up settling for this like very ugly, toxic industry. And it's kind of funny. But the thing is, you can look around the toxic stew everywhere when you're in politics or in media covering it and think, God, everyone's ugly, in the truest sense of the word. They're all unattractive. God, there's covered in toxins everywhere, damaged, unwell people. I'm miserable and this sucks. Or you can look around and be like, it's a toxic stew, but there are some points of light that we have to figure out a way to exploit and elevate to change the general pH balance of this toxic stew. We're going to make the toxic stew better as opposed to just saying it's toxic.
We can't take away all the toxicity. We can kind of just make it a little less lethal. Add tons and tons of water.
And letting it take you under. That's just not the way forward. We can't give up on the whole game because the players are gross. We have to find a way of changing the game and elevating better players. That has to be the way forward.
I mean, I agree with you. I just don't know how we get there.
One soldier at a time.
I mean, great thought. One soldier at a time. That's how we get there. Sure. That's indeed how you'd get there. You gotta put something up, to potentially make it. But too many sitting back. Too many sitting back and just waiting for the other person to do it. They're like, oh, I don't need to be the guy. Somebody else will.
And I don't know. I just look at everything that's happening and U.S. dollar potentially getting thrown off world reserve currency. I think it's
Well, we're a nation.
I think it's
in
going
decline.
to happen.
Yeah, we're in a nation. We're a nation in decline for sure. There's no two ways about it. I mean, China's already the world's superpower. Like I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but they are. Their economy's growing far faster than ours is. Their trade is huge. Like the exports versus the imports. We're making it easy as hell for them to come here in the United States and buy up our land. Guess how much land we owned over there? None. Guess how many university students we have over there? None. Who would want to go? But my point is simply there's just such a gross imbalance that no one seems to care about.
Just somebody like Tim Walz, maybe, Tampon Tim.
So it's already that ship has already sailed. Even militarily, they used to have no ships. It wasn't so long ago they had nothing. Their military was like basically non-existent.
Yeah.
Now it appears to be bigger and stronger than ours, or on its way. And we continue to enable them. So yeah, we are definitely going to lose our status if we haven't
pissed
already.
everybody off. We pissed Europe off. We pissed Canada off. We've pissed the Middle East off. We've pissed Asia. Obviously, fucking hates us. Russia, and China. I mean,
But
now
you
we're
talk about it
fucking
like it's
around.
just not solvable. Like that's so. What happens? It's end times.
I don't know how.
I mean, Russian, China. I mean, when it comes down to it, if we have ASEAN left, sort of NATO, because like you said, we kind of pissed off, Europe for the most. So there's a couple of places left. There's a couple places left, but which leaves us being the ones that have to go ahead and defend Israel and Taiwan, because nobody else is really seriously going to step up to that one and want anything to do with it. Um, Takeichi kind of wants something to do with Taiwan, is interested, but at the same time, really don't know how well Takeichi's going to be able to do anything, as we just kind of told her that we can't get you the missiles that you purchased for at least another 3 years. So hold off, hold off just a little bit longer before you attempt to do anything. I think China's waiting 3 years. I think they are. I'd almost assume that China is going to do something sooner than later. Senator Kennedy could have a better conversation vote record, but he is better than most.
Like, how do you? I can't blame anybody for not wanting to do business with us and for leaving, because we're not stable.
True, but that doesn't mean we can't reverse some of these policies and
Like
courses.
the candidate thing. Like,
You're very focused on Canada.
I read this shit and I'm like, I hear it and I'm like, it's probably bullshit. And then I look it up a little bit and I'm like, oh my God, we're punishing them. We're threatening them with 100% tariff for dealing with China, but we fucking denied the pipeline to come in here. Like, what is that?
Yeah.
Of course they're looking at us like, look at these fucking people. They don't.
Well, it's because you have to look at who denied it. You have to look at who denied that the Keystone XL expansion or whatever coming into the States was Joe Biden in his politisphere's Democrats saying no. If it was Donald Trump had most of that ready to go. But no, they stole elections, and then that's what we ended up with. The elimination of Keystone. So, I mean, look at the current plans of things coming out of Canada, out of Alberta, and you actually see there's a big, huge ordeal, tremendous ordeal, where they want to actually pump stuff down into Wyoming and then traverse it from Wyoming to other places like Nebraska and Illinois. But, whatever.
What are they doing? We offered them this shit and they didn't want it. And then, what, 4 or 5 years later, they're like, we're going to slap you with 100% tariffs because of this.
Yeah.
They got to be like, what the fuck do you want us to do?
Well, they are. That's why the prime minister made a speech about how this appears to be a new world order, where the United States is really changing its posture in the world. It's not friend of the world. It's not the world's greatest ally. It's certainly not the world's protector. It's every man for himself. Noted.
Yeah. And then now this.
As it should be. As it should be. Apparently, I need to go listen to more Mark Carney's bullshit to get the logistics off whatever it is that they're really trying to say.
Thing with Cuba.
Yeah.
You know about this?
Yeah.
Polymarket says there's a 49% chance that we strike Cuba before December 31st, 2026. 3 million plus in trading volume. The crowd is nearly split. 49% chance the U.S. carries out a strike on Cuba by the year's end.
I would almost assume that we would roll out a strike in Cuba sooner than later. We would actually probably see that within the next month, as he's got a particular carrier group sitting there to be decommissioned, and he says, well, can you hold off, being that you've been out for so long, just a little bit longer? We have a few things that we would like to finish. There's 400 other Marines that are ready to go when it comes to Cuba. You waiting until then? You're going to do it now.
The U.S. cut off Cuba's oil supply in January after capturing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. And The island has since faced
They've let one boat come through to give them more oil so that they can replenish their stuff. One Russian boat.
widespread blackouts and fuel shortages. President Trump has publicly stated the U.S. could take over Cuba. On March 19th, the head of U.S. Southern Command told the Senate the military is not rehearsing an invasion.
But we are sending
It sure as fuck looks like
a bunch
we
of
are.
military assets down there.
This is exactly what we did before Iran.
Yeah. Well, and so far our efforts to topple the government via, total economic shutdown have not worked. Although it could be. Nobody knows what the hell we're doing in Cuba because Trump hasn't told us. He just keeps saying, I believe.
Explaining the context is always helpful. It sure as hell is. Because whatever she's really seriously getting at.
Believe I'll have the honor of taking it. So what does that mean?
It means we're going to invade it.
Does it mean militarily? Does it mean we're just going to increase that, dial up the economic ratchet? They're already in 23 hours of darkness there. They have no oil. We basically forced this by cutting off their oil from Venezuela, which I think was part of our plan. But so far, the regime hasn't collapsed. The people haven't ousted anybody. Now we appear to be getting ready to do a Maduro on Raul Castro, who's 96 years old. And no longer in power. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to make them come begging to us on bended knee. And also it's going to be a lot tougher. But anyway, we are moving all these military assets to the region. And it does look like a preparation for something. But what does it mean? Like, I don't even know what it means. So what? Our troops could, quote, take Cuba, I think, pretty easily. It's not going to be Iran. They're in very bad shape there right now. But then what? What are we going to do with it?
Just Reagan 30 foot smart? Trump doesn't get lumped in with that? Not really an ugly person? There are some exceptions. I mean, Reagan did some things. Just saying.
Going to be a new state? Like, we run it? Because right now, we can't seem to run our own country.
I mean, smiling that you might have a new state, I don't really seriously want Cuba to be a state. You make it a territory, so they have no right to vote on certain things.
Honestly, people can't get to work. The roads
You still get representation, but that's it.
suck. The bridges suck. We can't get into university. Everything costs 3 times as much as it should. Young people can't get jobs. Young, well-educated people cannot get jobs. They can't pay for their health insurance. They're very worried about their groceries and their gas prices and so on. The crime. We can't run our own country. Now we're running Venezuela and Cuba? We're going to run Cuba? Like, how? How's that going to go? Who's going to run it? Like, who exactly?
Maybe they're going to turn it into the Gaza Strip.
I mean, at least
make it a big real estate
At least
deal.
Cuba's really beautiful. Like, I don't know. So we're going to bomb Oman and we're going to invade Cuba and take it over and maybe make it the 51st state.
I mean, the ridiculousness of what it would be to this lady bomb Oman. When he said it, I'm like, oh, well, that's what we're doing. We're gonna go bomb Oman. So I mean, he was threatening him. He was threatening him. Not gonna bomb Oman. Oman needs to think about it so that we don't bomb Oman.
Going to invade Cuba and take it over and maybe make it the 51st state. I don't know, Sean. The president won't tell us. And it's disrespectful. Like, we have the right, before we send our men and women in uniform in there, to know what is the mission. Because we just went through this. We just went through this in Iran. And your attempt to stay nebulous on it didn't pay off. You were forced to offer reasons anyway in the 2 weeks after the invasion because people were pissed. What are we doing over there? So he tried to sort of throw darts at the board and say, it's this, no, it's that, it's regime change, it's the other, it's the nuclear thing. It didn't work.
Been our enemies for 47 years.
Yeah.
Well, we're fucking funding one right now, the Taliban, which is where that flag came from. And we're sending them $40 to $80 million a week.
That thing's amazing.
We're literally funding that fucking enemy. but nobody gives a shit. And they're going to listen to this fucking crap that he says about Iran being our enemy for 47 years, which they were. A lot of my friends have been killed by her.
Yep. Well, that's what he was banking on, is the American people's empathy for our own guys. And we remember, we have a long memory for the Americans who were killed by Iranian-backed funded IEDs.
It's not what it's about. Otherwise, we wouldn't be funding them.
Correct. It's definitely not what it's about. And we're not going to know. Cuba, we're going to wake up one day and there's going to be an announcement that we took it. And
like Midnight Hammer.
Yeah, but like
we just decided to do this.
We don't have a plan. There's no long-term plan. There was no long-term plan on.
It's fine. Why does it have to be planned? Why does it, the element of surprise, a little bit of, do the thing that, that you need to so that you get what you want. The element of surprise is intended to do just that.
Iran, and I don't believe there's a long-term plan on Cuba. The best thing we have going for us there is Marco Rubio seems to have been focused on Cuba his entire life. So maybe he'll at least say, yo, we need to have a really good plan for after we send the troops in and take it. Because I don't think Trump really likes the follow-through portion of the invasions. He doesn't really like having to deal with the remnants of the bombs. And that's always the case. It was General McChrystal, who said when we first went into Iran, it was a little tongue-in-cheek, but he basically said, if you like this war and, you're enjoying watching our,
They didn't just go ahead and take this leader of Cuba and charge him. Legitimately charge him with murder. From something that happened a long time ago for no reason. This is going to happen. It's going to happen. Cuba will be the United States of America. China needs the U.S. economy to be as well off as they are, but how much of their numbers are propaganda, like their population? Nobody may ever know that one legitimately. A lot of their stuff is hidden, secret, and nobody else gets to know. Nobody else really gets to know.
Power and might of the American military. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can. Because the bomb-dropping phase of the war is always the best phase. It doesn't get any easier or better from here. And boy, did that turn out to be true. Look at us now. It is a quagmire, and we don't know how to solve it, and we don't have the upper hand, and the Iranians know it. So maybe the solution is to go start something in Cuba and see what's... I don't even know.
Just to get a win?
Yeah, that's how it's looking. That's a spike the ball in the moment, in the end zone moment for him, potentially, because it's not like Iran. It doesn't have 90,000 people in a strong fucking group of insurgents who will never give up. It's a different kind of, it's more traditional in its military defenses. And the American military can handle that, I think, more easily than it can handle the nonstop drone supply. And, instead of using a nuclear weapon, they found a nuclear option, which is the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think that's available in Cuba. I have no idea. I'd love to hear somebody spell it out for me. I actually don't want to talk about Cuba. I don't want to think about Cuba. I'm with Sarah. I'm done with the Strait of Hormuz. I don't want to think about them or Cuba. I want to think about myself, my family, and my country. That's what I want to think about. What's good for us?
Well, how do we get out of this then? What's the real solution?
Well, it's very good that Trump has started to say he wants to be out of it. That's great news. He has realized this is a mistake. There's no question. Otherwise, he'd be leaning into the neocon pressure to do more bombing. They're all in a freak out now. What? Oh my God, they can see he's about to open up the financial spigot to Iran to get them to give up the strait. He's like, well, loosen all the sanctions on your money that we've had in place all these years. And they're like, great, we're going to be rich again. Just got to give up the strait. Well, the neocons are not wrong that puts Iran in a better position than it was before we started this war, where they weren't in control of the strait and we had their money. Now how are we better off with that deal than when we were sitting across the table from them? They didn't control the strait, and we still had their money locked up, and we were just negotiating about how little nuclear they could enrich. Trump would give anything to be back at that deal right now.
I mean, he might, but you have to remember about how much money that was actually given to Iran via Joe Biden's administration so that they could go ahead and refund what it was that was going on to exaggerate what it really is for Israel to do what they're doing continuously. Continuously. We're going to continue through this day or whatever. There's a lot of stuff that I want to cover yet. There's a lot of stuff that I want to cover yet. We're going to do our best to cover those news articles. And what Israel's currently doing in Lebanon, no, that's not cute. It's not cute. It's not right. It's wrong in lots and lots of levels.
They won.
So, well, yeah, look, it's good that some of their military assets have been decimated. I'm not against that. You know, they're not good people. They've been killing our people. So, like, I'm not against that. But, like, that's somewhat better. The June strike definitely did damage to the nuclear facilities. That was good. I actually supported that. It's a very different thing than this war. So I guess some good has been done towards stopping the potential of a nuclear threat in Iran. Let's take that as a W. It's a fake W, but let's just take it and get out. And I think Trump's there as he sees he's underwater with literally every group, and his poll numbers are literally the lowest they've ever been. His disapproval rating now is the highest it's ever been in 2 terms. It's higher than after January 6th.
Wow.
So he sees that. I mean, he's going to be a lame duck even sooner than the midterms if these numbers keep going lower. You know, he's losing Republicans now. The only area left to lose is Republicans. The Democrats, of course, are gone. All the independents are gone. They're against Trump now into the mid to high 70s. So you've got one tiny sliver of independents who might still be open-minded to you, and one tiny sliver that's the core MAGA. You can't lose that, or you can't govern at all. Even your executive orders are going to be scoffed at and potentially not followed. So he has accurately deduced he does need to wrap it up. He's not listening to the neocons who are like right now saying, double down, bomb them to smithereens. You know, remember when you said unconditional surrender? That's what we need, because we can't open up the financial spigot in exchange for the Strait of Hormuz. Let's take the strait. Let's keep the spigot closed. Let's insist that they give us the nuclear dust. Like they want maximum return on this investment, and Trump has realized that's not realistic. That's good news. That's great. We should be encouraging him to lean into that instinct. And I think in some way, shape, or form, the Iran conflict has to wrap up because he knows it. Politically, he knows it. Cuba, I don't know. I really hope somebody explains to me what he's thinking. Like, it's very hard to make an assessment from here.
I meant the whole country. How do we recorrect? How do we get on the right course? How do we get out from Israel's thumb? How do we stop this? How do we stop the forever wars? How do we get the pulse back to where it needs to be? Nothing's on the right track.
You're not. You're literally not.
That's
Sean.
why.
You're not thinking. What you're seriously just like. Go eat some more of your ridiculous gummies filled with your canola oil and trashy garbage dyed and whatever else you got in there. Fucking dumb.
I think voting get them in onesies and twosies. I just don't feel like they're going to last. I feel like it needs to be a new party, but that's already been tried.
Or there can be a wresting of control within the existing parties. You know, it's already starting to happen. You know, the America First wing of the Republican Party is growing in influence, in numbers. That's good. That's better than having the Mark Levin Party run our foreign policy, which is what's happening right now. The Democrat Party's changing too. They're getting
See, you're calling the MAGA party the Mark Levin party. The Democrat Party is just a Democrat Party. They're changing to what? I mean, you get some weird people out there. You got when you look at the Democrat Party, you're looking at Mamdani, Spamberger, what? Who else is Tolerico? That's communism. That's just straight communism. That's not democracy. I have right to know what military actions are going to be taken before it happens so they can be leaked. I mean, right? It's kind of not what that is. It's you don't, there's elements of surprise. We need to actually still remember to keep elements of surprise.
A little less swampy and having some more interesting players come out of their team. No one so far who I would vote for. Like I said, Rahm Emanuel's not really part of that new wing, but they're reinventing, which is interesting. I just think, look, we've made it 250 years. We're not going to implode in the next 5 or 10 or 50. It's tough to turn an aircraft carrier around, and that's the course we're on, the aircraft carrier, where we've pissed off all of our friends. You know, the value of the dollar is what it is. We're in $33 trillion worth of debt. You know, like that's going to be tough to solve. But I do think, number one, shrinking government will help. Number two, the laws of natural consequences, where change does tend to follow massive upheaval and upset. And people are feeling that. You know, the Iran war was a bridge too far for millions of Americans. I do think, like, the neocon era is done. We thought it was done with the election of Trump. Clearly it wasn't. But I do think the answers on those questions are going to be very clear deal breakers in the next election. No one who starts talking about their commitment to Israel has a chance in hell of getting elected. They just don't.
So don't you think Israel would just pay them to not talk about it until they win?
They're not going to have a choice. It's going to be shoved in their faces by the media.
Crenshaw thing. I fucking hate that guy, but everybody wanted me to bring his opponent on to crush him. And I was like, I don't care how much I can't stand Dan Crenshaw. I'm not bringing his opponent on. I don't know shit about him. And I'm not going to vouch for him just because I hate this guy. And sure as shit, he gets in there, and the first thing he does is start spouting his fucking allegiance to Israel.
Oh my God.
So thank God I didn't do that.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm talking about. I didn't hear a word about that shit until he won.
Yeah. I just don't think you're going to get away with that anymore. Not with these approval ratings within the Dem, Independent, and Republican parties now. It was never an issue before, Sean, especially in GOP politics. Trust me, I've been near or in them for a long, long time. And there was zero downside to saying that you were 100% pro-Israel.
Just because you were at Fox News doesn't mean a damn thing. They're not really the conservative right that you think they are. They're kind of not. Just not.
In the Republican Party for my entire time at Fox News and beyond. Zero downside. That's why you've got so many statements by Ted Cruz and others like, there is no daylight between me and Israel. You know, I hope to be the number one most loyal to Israel senator there is.
Why would you even say that?
Because there was no downside to that as a Republican. It was always like the weird Democrats who loved our Muslim adversaries who hated Israel because they were anti-Semites. That was the narrative. And the Republican Party was always like, Israel's the only democracy in the West, that they're fighting the same enemies we are, that they have the same values, Judeo-Christian, that, that's a stronghold for us too, that they cooperate with us on intelligence. And a lot of that is true. I mean, they did cooperate with us on intelligence. And, we've paid a very high price for that. It turns out some of those Middle Eastern Arab nations or Muslim nations may not be quite as hateful and dangerous to the United States as we were led to believe. Mm-hmm. It's not to give...
Are you sure about that?
Radical Islam a pass. I'm against it. But there is a version of Muslim statehood that we can work with, and that doesn't need to be demonized as entirely bad and an enemy. You're not allowed to say that. That's a no for Israel. They're already talking about, what about Turkey?
Yep.
Might have to invade Turkey. Okay. Trump's lead.
Yeah, there's a thing when it comes down to Turkey, because, everybody remembers what Wesley Clark said about the 7 countries in 5 years. I think it was intended to be 8 countries. They needed to do the 7 countries in 5 years first to make sure that that was pretty much done and over with before they went ahead and they broke NATO to go after Turkey. It's too soon. It's too soon. We need to finish some other things first. Is the whole deal with the coup of Ukraine to from Prigozhin to Zelensky to remove what was there on our own part, not just Russia, causing this proxy war that we always fight over and over again. What other proxy wars are we fighting? Oh, probably Iran. And that's where he's getting upset. He's like, we're going in there to fight Russia, China, in a different country as opposed to fighting in our own lands to kill our own people. We're killing other people in crossfire, blaming them for things like nuclear weapons. When we have nuclear weapons and we allow places like Israel to go have nuclear weapons. It makes no sense. And I believe Pakistan really wants to take themselves out of Abraham Accord and stuff. So like, no, we ain't doing your thing. We ain't doing your thing. No. Just now. Pakistan, one of those territories that are have been unable to ever be settled by anyone. Oh wait, Iran's the same way. What are we doing in Iran? Go exact bridge and power plant day already. Just make our day.
His greatest idea is to force Saudi Arabia and all these other countries to join the Abraham Accords. He says Iran's going to join. Oh, okay. Cool.
Wow.
Yeah. This is the utter nonsense.
I mean, I really legit have never seen any of this. This is first time watching it with y'all. So, I mean, that's the fun part. Is the things that come into your head is you're like, where are they going with this? And that's indeed where they're going. They're going to laugh and giggle at that. Like, that's not going to happen. Okay. Well, that's what he wants. That's what he wants. And he's going to try making that happen. Abraham Accords could be okay.
But I just think these issues are now front and center in the Republican Party in a way I've never seen before. I don't think. I know that's the case. It's going to sound very different the next big election, 28, the presidential contest, where we flesh out the issues. Trust me, I've been there on the debate stage with these candidates where the media and the candidates get to decide what's important to America. And they are driven there by the populace and what messages they've sent. And Israel's 100% going to be one of those big issues. So
I hope so. Man,
it's one of the few bright sides of this whole thing.
All right. Well, I hope you're right.
I'll come back in late 28 as we're getting close to the election.
Hopefully we have some decent candidates.
And we can
late 28? Why do you have to wait so long? I mean, okay, I get it.
fact check this entire segment. We can talk about what predictions came true if we still have jobs.
We'll have jobs.
If AI hasn't replaced us.
I already put in an application to be a trash man, so.
Smart move. If I get replaced by AI, I hope she's a lot.
I mean, I have a 40-hour-a-week job that I do beside doing this stuff. I mean, legit. I don't know what you all doing, how many hours you spend doing the things that you enjoy doing.
Younger and more energetic.
Man. Well, Megan, I really appreciate you coming, and this was an awesome conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. It's great to see you. Thanks for all the great work you're doing.
You too.
Everyone loves you.
You too. Let's go blow some shit up.
Cool.
Let's go blow some shit up. Okay, so then before we get into this next portion of what is going on here, the things that we're doing and why we're doing them. I legit took my time through the day to find things that I wanted to cover at some rate, in some way. From mosquitoes all the way through, SCOTUS, and anything and everything between. You're like, really? Yes. Yes. I'm going to do my best. To break it up into segments, sections. Make that cartoon a little bit bigger for you. You can at least see that. I'm going to give you bathroom break music. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And because I know better. I'm going to need a little bit more water to make it through these segments. These 8 segments that are coming up here, whatever, about 15, 16 articles per segment. We'll do our best to do it in short time so that we can get some rest to make it back here for noon to watch the Todd Vines thing. I'll be right back.
Sorry folks if you're listening to me, but your host could probably have to take a pee. Now it isn't my intention to keep you long, I'm just filling in the gap, that's why I'm singing this song. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. It's Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Now he's giving it a shake and he's washing his hands, 'cause he had to go and everybody understands. But if the song you didn't go on a loop, well then you'll know Koolfrogg he had to take a poop. 'Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. 'Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. No, he won't be long, but he'll say he's long. Just wait and see. Sorry folks if you're listening to me, but your host could probably have to take a pee. Now it isn't my intention to keep you long, I'm just filling in the gap, that's why I'm singing this song. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. It's Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Now he's giving it a shake and he's washing his hands, 'cause he had to go and everybody understands. But if the song you didn't go on a loop, well then you'll know Koolfrogg he had to take a poop. 'Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. 'Cause Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. Koolfrogg had to pee, and that's why you're left here listening to me. Koolfrogg had to pee, but he won't be long, now just wait and see. No, he won't be long, but he'll say he's long. Just wait and see.
Yeah. A little bit of a bathroom break song for y'all. I really do enjoy the cartoons. The cartoons are fun little placeholders for what they are. Um, Taiwan defense is what it says on the side of that white van, as it's pulled up to what looks like the White House, with the Great Wall of China running straight through it. Kind of an interesting depiction of the way current geopolitics are kind of is skewing things. Um, uh, very interesting stuff to contemplate on there. Y'all get in that chat. Let me know how you feeling. I get it. I get it. Um it's a little early-ish in the morning. This is it legit 2 o'clock. Holy man. 2 o'clock in the morning. And we're just starting this segment? Oh no. Let's see how well we can do. Let's see how well we can do. I'm gonna go to the top of this list. Like I said, 250 tabs. Go to the top of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's like it says 4 segments of 16, 4 segments of 17 is what it is. Uh, Open those and delete because that's pretty much what it's going to be because I want to get rid of the bookmarks that they are. So now these articles are within a day of of what's going on. Sure, big stuff. You'll see. Bill Gates funded project in Colombia releases 30 million bacteria infected mosquitoes per week. This is dated May 29th, 2026. Um, Last year, the government of Burkina Faso terminated the Target Malaria Project, a research initiative funded by the Gates Foundation in open philanthropy, due to the biosafety risk, low impact, and scientific sovereignty concerns. Target Malaria aims to use genetically modified mosquitoes to control malaria. It is not the only mosquito project Gates is invested in. Gates is also invested in Oxytex, genetically modified mosquitoes programs, but his ambitions don't stop there. The Gates Foundation has also funded projects releasing mosquitoes infected with modified Wolbachia bacteria. This method is assaulting the natural world is born out of Australian World Mosquito Program. In Colombia, the World Mosquito Program has been releasing 30 million Wolbachia infected mosquitoes a week. What is Wolbachia? Hmm. Let's not lose touch with the government, right? One Gates funded genetically modified mosquitoes. So there's a little table of contents here for us. Gates funded genetically modified mosquitoes. On August 2025, Burkina Faso suspended the terminated Target Malaria Project, a research initiative funded by the Gates Foundation Open Philanthropy, which began in the country in 2012 as part of the broader international effort to use gene based technology as disease control. The military led government, headed by Captain Ibrahim Traore, um, ordered for the immediate halt of all activities involving genetically modified. Wow, what the fuck? Why did my brain go to? Military headed by ordered immediate halt of all activities involving genetically modified mosquitoes aimed at eradicating malaria, citing biosafety risks, low impact, and scientific sovereignty. The government cited the needs to prioritize public health and environment safety over the controversial biotechnology, stating that all remaining mosquito samples would be destroyed. Related to that, there's issues. There's issues that go along with it. Would love your thoughts. Please comment. Okay, yeah, maybe later. Target Malaria is an international research consortium is deciding to develop and distribute novel genetic technologies that control the malaria in Africa It received the core funding primarily from the Gates Foundation. Now, a lot of this isn't new. We knew about a lot of this previously. It's just that there's new information to go along with the old information. You feel like, oh, okay, we already knew. Do we know about all this? Because there's other things that they're doing in other countries. The Gates Foundation funds genetically modified mosquito research primarily in sub-Saharan Africa, the Americas, and South Asia. In 2023, the foundation invested 15 million in Transmission Zero program, led Imperial College in London and Health Institute in Tanzania in a partnership with Tanzania National Institute for Medical Research, aiming to conduct field trials by 2027. The group has already successfully created the tests such as mosquito strain of Imperial Labs and recently announced the first transgenic mosquito strain ever to be made in Africa by researchers Imperial College boasted, adding the new funding will be used to subsequently expand the operations of Transmission Zero both in UK and Tanzania, building increased research and supporting activities that program scale up. Past grants also supported the Target Malaria Project in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Uganda. In 2016, the foundations awarded $35 million to target malaria. Interesting, these Mali, Burkina Faso, Uganda, these are countries that are on a list of places that we don't, that we, it's legit tell people not to go to. And the countries that we send their terrorists back to. With its latest award of $35 million, the foundation has now invested a total of $75 million in the Target Malaria Project. It's a lot of money. The Gates Foundation funding will enable Target Malaria to prepare laboratories in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Uganda, interested in gene driving and the spread of the Zika virus. The foundation also funded Oxitec to develop self-limiting strain Anopheles. These mosquitoes have been previously released in Brazil. Dengue fever, chikungunya, Zika fever, yellow fever. He's rude. He's a rude asshole. He goes and he infects people around the globe with all his monies that he's got. And then he goes ahead and he says, well, look, I got a vaccine for you. Dengue fever, that's some horrible shit. Why he fucks around with zoonotic diseases is beyond me. Biological CBRN threats noted that the EU CBRN risk mitigation are avian flu, the Ebola outbreak in West African countries, dengue fever, Zika virus, zoonotic diseases, and or the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Go figure. Go figure. It's right there, right in the news article. Fuck you, YouTube. Public health legend CBRN guidance identifies additional mosquito-borne viruses as potential biological weapons. As a consequence of COVID pandemic, Public Health England, it disbanded in 2021. Its public health functions were transferred to UK Health Security Agency, and its health improvement function were transferred to the Office of Health Improvement and Disparities. In PHE's 2018 Chemical, Biological, and Radiological Nuclear Incidents Handbook, the guidance states that the biological agents may be deliberately released covertly and overtly. It confirms that the VHFs do not occur naturally in the UK. Page 103 under the subtitle Biohemorrhagic Fever, the document confirms that the viruses that cause VHFs can be used in biological warfare. Biological warfare? We are real or not real? I mean, think of the viral hemorrhagic fever, a single confirmed case in the UK, even if from the endemic area. should be investigated to exclude deliberate release. I'm down. Figure it out. How deliberate was the one case? It gets into tick bites as well, because when it comes down to what they're doing with the ticks, that's concerning as well. These North Star ticks going ahead and rendering you unable to consume particular foods. That would I would have to seriously. I'd be dead. I wouldn't be able to eat anything. Today, modified organisms are being created more quickly and cheaply using sophisticated gene synthesis machines in regions that are widely available. This work is being carried out by many countries in a diverse setting, as academic institutions, in industry, and other private sector facilities, in the government laboratories, and in some cases at sites where amateur scientists work without any institutional affiliation. The biological materials, equipment, and related information relating to biological agents and potential concerns for including synthesis of modified and novel agents is used for legitimate purposes, but can also cause harm, either accidentally or deliberately. In December of 92, the 22 members of the AG agreed to control the export of 53 human and animal pathogens, 10 toxins, 7 types of equipment, and that could be diverted to production of biological weapons. Since that time, the AG's membership has expanded to 42 countries. Its control list for human and animal pathogens are increased to 90 microorganisms and 19 toxins, and its equipment list has grown to include 9 categories of items. The AG also had added a plant pathogen control list that is in early 2016 comprised of 18 microorganisms, genetic elements, and genetically modified organisms that contain nucleic acid sequences associated with pathogenically um, of any of the listed agents are included under the AG controls. Among the common control list, the AG has a list of human and animal pathogens and toxins for expert control. Now, the return of bacteria Gates is infecting mosquitoes with. Wolbachia is a is a genus of bacteria that primarily infects arthropods, such as insects and spiders. The filial uh, tomatodes, parasitic roundworms, is an estimated to infect between 25 and 70% of the arthropods and nematodes, making it one of the most widespread reproductive parasites in the biosphere. Why are we killing the spiders? Why are we killing the spiders for? Wolbachia live only within the host cells, typically in a reproductive tissue, but also in other organs. They are usually transmitted vertically from mother to offspring via eggs, ensuring that bacteria pass through the host germ. Spiders are like a line of defense against other parasites and bugs. Wolbachia can be released into the vertebrae of the parasitic worms, for example. The filial nematodes cause human diseases such as onchocrisis, river blindness, elephantitis, elephantitis, gross, Lau African eyeworm, as well as heartworm in dogs. The worms have a symbiotic relationship with the bacteria requires Wolbachia for fertility and survival. When um, nematodes die due to natural attrition, larval molts, microfilarial turnover, or pharmaceutical interventions, while Bacchia is discharged from the worms into the host. bloodstream or tissue and releases triggers of severe inflammatory response as the bacteria interact with the host immune cells. A study published in 2024. Bill Gates is a motherfucking asshole. In contradiction to the study above, Scott O'Neill, founder of the World Mosquito Program, said in 2015 article published by Scientific American, we do not think that Wolbachia survives in humans or other mammals, even if introduced in the bloodstream. We don't not think? Oh, okay. Okay, it could be just because you don't think that it does. Why have we tested it and studied that? It is known that bacteria can pass through the reside in mosquitoes' salivary glands. Bacteria are not merely present, and they are actively transmitted to mammalian hosts through the saliva during the blood feeding. Studies have fluorescently labeled bacteria demonstrated that these microbes colonize host tissues shortly after a mosquito bite. O'Neill, however, claimed that research and safety tests in Wolbachia infected mosquitoes indicate that the bacteria cannot infect humans because they're too large to travel through mosquito salivary conduct, through salivary ducts. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. This is like, oh wow, they can't bite humans. F mosquitoes, F Bill Gates, genetically engineered mosquitoes are worth going to war over. I mean, this is the shit that they do. Let's see if there's what's the most recent 17 to 22. Why did it even bring this up all of a sudden again? As the American Academy of Arts and Science warned over 10 years ago about the dual use biological threats, modified organisms are being created more quickly and cheaply. This work is being carried out in many countries in a diverse setting in academic institutions, in industry and other private sector facilities in the government laboratories, and in some cases at sites where amateur scientists work without any institutional affiliation. Will there come a time when the modified Wolbachia is included in AG's list of potential bioweapon? If so, by then, it will be too late. It's already too late. Aside from the field trials, there's several countries spanning 2 decades. The Gates funded project in Colombia has already been releasing 30 million infected mosquitoes per week, perhaps for years. Interesting. Interesting. For years. Wolbachia. Google seeks federal approval to release 32 million sterile mosquitoes in California and Florida. What? Huh? Who? Why is everybody wanting something to do with a mosquito right now? Tech giant Google is pursuing government authorization to deploy over 32 million sterile mosquitoes across California and Florida through specialized debug program designed to combat disease-carrying insects. KTLA reports that Google has submitted applications to the EPA requesting permission to release millions of mosquitoes as part of its disease preventive initiative. The program, known as Debug, represents the unconventional approach to address public health threats posed by mosquito borne illness. The debug program claims to operate in the principle of using beneficial insects to eliminate harmful ones. An initiative involves releasing male mosquitoes that carry a naturally occurring bacteria called Wolbachia, which renders them incapable of producing offspring with wild female mosquitoes. Since male mosquitoes cannot bite or spread disease, this biological intervention aims to reduce populations and disease carrying mosquitoes over time. Google Debug emphasizes that traditional mosquito control methods have proven inadequate. The company states that the project homepage that pesticide based approaches are becoming less effective while posing environmental concerns. Similarly, efforts to eliminate standing water where mosquitoes breed cannot address all potential breeding sites. Most disease carried by mosquitoes lack effective vaccines or treatments necessitating alternate strategies. Yeah, that's what we need, more vaccines. The debug approach distinguishes itself from the genetic modification techniques. Program scientists stress that their method relies on naturally occurring bacteria within employing chemical toxins or genetic engineering. According to documentation in the Federal Register, the EPA is currently reviewing Google's experimental use of permit applications under the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act. The proposed timeline calls for releasing up to 16 million mosquitoes in Florida during the first year, following with another 16 million in California during the second year. The EPA is open to proposal for public review of the comment. Citizens interested in learning more about the project or submitting feedback can access the federal e-rulemaking portal using docket identification number. The timeline of the EPA review of approval remain unclear, though public comment periods typically extend several weeks to allow adequate opportunity for stakeholder input. If approved, the program would mark one of the largest deliberate insect releases in United States history. What's up, G? Prefer to stick to DEET? I mean, I'm down. Again, 250 tabs. Is there anything that's really seriously organized? Just some. Just some. I know it's a little early, so I'm like, or it's a little late, so a lot of these things that jump around a little bit. Yeah, you're gonna get that. Atlanta train horror: elderly woman stabbed to death in broad daylight. Suspect arrested. Watch the media ignore this one. Another brutal random attack of innocent American, and corporate media is already threatening it to like it doesn't fit the narrative. On Saturday, shortly after noon, 66-year-old Margaret Swan was stabbed to death in MARTA train near Oakland City Station in Atlanta. The attack happened in broad daylight with multiple bystanders present. Emergency workers tried desperately to save her, but she succumbed to her injuries at the scene. Martyr police quickly arrested the suspect, 25-year-old John Elijah Matthews. He is now in Fulton County Jail facing murder charges. Below is footage of the aftermath of the attack and alleged the horrific murder is eerily similar to the brutal stabbing death of 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee Irana and Zarutska in Charlotte, North Carolina last August. Zarutska was attacked at a light rail station by 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown Jr., who reportedly said, "I got the white girl," after the killing. The both cases, the victims were white women attacked in public transit settings by public by black suspects, and what appeared to be random, unprovoked acts of violence. The mainstream media has been largely silent in downplaying this latest Atlanta attack. If the races were reversed, this would be wall to wall coverage with endless talk of hate crime and systematic racism instead of being treated as just another unfortunate incident. President Trump has been warning for years of soft on crime policies, catch and release, and war and police have created an environment where violent criminals feel emboldened. While Democrats push defund the police, the bail reform, Trump has always stood for law and order and backing the blue. He knows that when the system stops protecting law abiding citizens, chaos is the result. Take the trash out, have a cigarette. I've wanted for at least 6 hours. The fuck did the time go? I haven't slept. Been standing for hours. Defund the Democrats. Get it, G. Atlanta and cities like it have been run by progressive policies for years. The results are full display: rising crime, random violence, and innocent people paying the price. The fact that this attack happened in public transit in broad daylight shows how unsafe their system have become under democratic governance. The American people have tried are tired of selective outrage and the refusal to call out the real patterns. When violent crime spikes in certain communities are disproportionately involved, the media and politicians pretend it doesn't exist. They only care about race when it fits their narrative. This is why millions voted for Trump in 2024. They want a real leadership that puts safety first, backs law enforcement, and stops making excuses for criminals. The tragic death of Margaret Swan is another reminder that what happens to the basic principles and abandoned. It's disturbing to think about that somebody, this lady just, and I'm not going to play the videos because I know better. That will get me struck off the YouTube side. 66-year-old Margaret Swan, 66 years old, and you get taken out by some 25-year-old punk. So sad. Like you said, you never know where it's going to go next. Close a couple things. Authorities alarmed by mysterious figures emerging from sewers. Uh, okay. City officials were left scratching their head following two separate incidences involving mysterious individuals climbing in and out of manholes in Brooklyn. This local Fox affiliate, are they looking for turtles? At least, even people entered the sewers in the Gravesend neighborhood in southern Brooklyn late Thursday night, only to reemerge 3 hours later. A separate group of 8 people also climbed into the sewers in Williamsburg, several miles away, mere hours later, leading to even more questions over whether the two incidences in any way related. And no, as far as we can tell, the individuals aren't the teenage mutant ninja turtles, the beloved fictional gang of anthropomorphic crime fighting turtle brothers who call the sewers of New York City their home, despite netizens drawing plenty of comparisons. Surveillance footage obtained by local publications and Flatbush Scope show what appears to be a group of men climbing out of a sewer, one by one, removing dirty gear, loading equipment into vehicles, and driving away. What the? Huh? Let me make this a little bigger over here. See some videos, maybe? Somewhere in there, maybe? I don't know. High Plains Drifter, good to see you. Welcome. Um, why is this even a thing? Ridiculous. How ridiculous is this? Let's see. Why anybody would want to spend their time inside the city's sewers, especially in such a late hour, remains a mystery. Were they perhaps trespassing, but to explore the area and record urban exploration videos in social media, or were they possibly hiding contraband? Police officials have ruled out the apparent links to terrorism. No arrests have been made. Okay, good to know. They're not turtles. They're just human beings being creative, trying to figure out what it is that they need to do next. Like I said, you don't know. You just don't know where this is going to take us here tonight. Ooh, man. Feds drop all charges against Israeli citizen caught running illegal biolab in Las Vegas. Huh? Well, they're just going to drop charges? Like, nah, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Zero things happened. Don't worry about it. Solomon, an Israeli citizen and non-immigrant visa, was arrested after joint investigation uncovered an illegal lab inside a home and managed near Hollywood Boulevard. Investigators recovered suspected biological materials, including influenza samples, vaccines, and over 1,000 test kits from the property in late January. The federal charges stemmed from a discovery of multiple firearms in Solomon's residence and a non immigrant visa holder. Solomon is legally prohibited from possessing guns. KTNV Channel 13 has confirmed that the federal charges were dismissed without prejudice, allowing Solomon to walk free from without prejudice. Motherfucker. I'm about to be lurking. I mean, get it. Lurk away. I understand. Especially at this hour of the day. 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just trying to get through a bunch of news that's gonna piss everybody off. Just saying. I don't know why I feel it's necessary to have an earpiece in. I keep on putting it back in and then taking it back out because I don't really need it. I'm not listening to anything at all. Just kind of. Let's just do that. Why does Erdogan want a new constitution? Well, I mean, because everybody wants something different. Recep Tayyip Erdogan used the ceremony marking the 158th anniversary of the Council of State and Administrative Justice Day to renew his call for a new constitution. Good job. Good job. You should do that. You should call for a new constitution because things aren't always what you wish them to be. And if you can alter them, change them to your own will, you can kind of get more like another election period, another whatever it is that you wish is you can what you want to make yourself king. Mm. At the heart of Erdogan's speech was a simple but powerful claim. Turkey's last two constitutions, 61 and 82 charters, were not the product of free popular will. Instead, were imposed by military regimes that came to power through coups. As a result, Erdogan argued neither constitution truly reflected the will of the people or tested its genuinely democratic foundation. The president went so far as to describe his legacy as a democratic disgrace, insisting that correcting this historical injustice is not merely a political preference, but an obligation owed by the current leadership of Turkish society. In doing so, Erdogan elevated the constitutional debate from the realm of ordinary political proposals to that to what he framed as an urgent national imperative. He drew a sharp distinction between two fundamentally different approaches to constitution making. The first is the top-down process in which the Constitution is drafted and imposed. Lord Gang, Lord Gang, I appreciate it. Nana Bear, where do you see that? The recipe for an Iran nuclear deal hasn't changed. Of course, it hasn't. Recent reporting on Axios suggests that President Donald Trump has considered a new nuclear deal with Iran as a way to turn temporary ceasefire into something longer term and more sustainable. It is also suggested that the Iranian regime is interested in playing ball, and reporting it is light in the details, but suggests that the deal will have the same core ingredients as the one negotiated by bum 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 President Barack Obama and signed in 2015 that the US later left some kind of financial sanctions and relief in exchange for verification of promises not to pursue a weapons program. It- we're just going to continue to do that. Give their stuff back right to them. Be like, what? What? We so retarded. So retarded. Give us bridge and power plant day is what I say. But I mean, Trump's Iran war success story gets blown to pieces. The war in Iran has not been an unequivocal success that Donald Trump has claimed to be. They're gonna go quote BBC. Time says Trump says he couldn't care less if peace talks with Iran fall apart after countries exchange renewed strikes. Oh, as opposed to coming up with peace, they're just gonna go ahead and hit each other. Trump pulls off a very cool move in the right under the nose of the Iranian regime. Have you wondered what happened to Project Freedom? That was the operation President Donald Trump announced about helping ships get out of the Persian Gulf and transit through the Strait of Hormuz. In the face of potential threats from Iran, then it was stopped and he didn't hear much about it. Turns out it appears to have been going on in some measure right under the nose of the Iranian regime without letting it be known. American forces for recently weeks have been helping coordinate a passage of dozens of commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, according to the U.S. officials, even as travel through the waterway remains risky amid stalled negotiations. It's not closed. It's not closed. It's not closed. Like you said, newsflash. Ukraine's Jehovah's Witnesses are refusing to go to war. I mean, sounds like a you problem. Sounds like a you problem. You can't get your own people to go to war. You got to go and conscript them, make them go. I would almost assume there's going to be a whole ton of them that are going to do what they can to leave the country. Prison guard led Vitaly Krashenko of the inhospitable cramped cell inside the prisons were curious. They watched with great interest as Krashenko found his allotted place, a small gentleman with a nervous expression. He wasn't a typical criminal, but a Jehovah's Witness. Krashenko was jailed by Ukrainian authorities for refusing to go to war. Taking up arms is forbidden by his religion. He is now going to share his days with the very worst of Ukrainian society. This would include thieves, those guilty of assault, and worse, like murder. I mean, why didn't they jailing these people make these people go out to the front line? He can't go fight, go out there and pray to the Lord to save you, whatever it is that you do. I'm sorry if I got you wrong, but I don't know what Jehovah's Witnesses really do. UK releases 1,500 Mendelssohn files as Epstein fallout haunts Stormer. Did they do a better job? The British government released more than 1,500 pages of documents on Monday tied to Peter Mendelssohn's appointments to the British ambassador in the United States, reopening scrutiny of the decision that continues to whether Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The dis- disclosures include emails, text messages, and other digital records published on the government website. Mendelssohn served as the ambassador from February 2025 through September 2025. The release reopened the political controversy that was followed Stormer for months after reports revealed the extent of the Mendelssohn's ties to Jeffrey Epstein and the late financier and convicted sex offender. Mendelssohn has denied wrongdoing. Is there documents in here? Do they really get into any of it? Quite a lengthy article. I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. Opponent sees the disclosure as Bloomberg reported the political impact of Monday's release may take time to fully emerge given the volume of material involved. Opponents argue that the choice reflects poor judgment by the government already weakened by policy missteps and Labor's losses in local elections earlier last month. More than 90 Labor lawmakers called for Starmer to resign over those setbacks. Bloomberg reported that Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham could launch a leadership challenge if he wins the paramilitary special election later, parliamentary, not parliamentary special election later this month. If he can. Like I said, I try to get things the best way I can. US launches new round of strikes in response. Yeah, yeah, we know. We know. Um, there's just like I said, 250 tabs. How do you decipher what's what and go through all of it and get it in the right order? Trump stands to gain important ally in Colombia's upcoming election. Things going on in Colombia. President Trump made plain that he wanted when he gathered conservative Latin American leaders in Florida this March, promising that together they would eradicate the criminal cartels plaguing their region. We need your help. You have to just tell us where they are, he said. Mr. Trump may now gain an ally in the country experts say is the most important to this mission outside Mexico, Colombia. Eduardo de la Espriella, a criminal defense lawyer with no political experience, who calls himself the Tiger, surged ahead of his conservative rival in Colombia's presidential election in Sunday to advance to a runoff. Is a Colombian lawyer, businessman, and politician born in Bogota, D.C. He studied law in Sergio Urban. Okay, so he's a lawyer. He became famous for his defense of David Mauricia during the DMG Grupo Holding SA. Esperia is candidate for 2026 Colombian president election. In May 31st, he received 43.7% of the vote, winning the plurality of the preliminary round of voting. Okay. Things. things. Lots of things. Sometimes very, very expensive things. Space Force gives SpaceX $4.2 billion for satellites to track airborne targets. Really? We just handed out money. Just handed out money. $4.2 billion. Seems a little much. Make that a little smaller because Space Force fiscal 2027 budget request includes $7 billion to procure space-based AMTI satellites and $1 billion for separate efforts to conduct ground-moving target indication from orbit. By focusing these capabilities in the space domain, we are providing a joint force with sustained battle space awareness of contested airspace. Okay. Said rhymes and reasons. We try to do things. I was working on this shit for 4 hours and I wasn't getting anywhere. You just like, there's just so much. Trump admin announces Pete Vasquez as Border Patrol chief. Pete is the new guy. The move comes from his former Border Patrol chief, Michael Banks, resigned last month to spend time with his family and return to his Texas ranch. He's like, I'm done with this. I'm out. The department said Vasquez has more than 26 years of experience with the Border Patrol and has served as a range of operational executives. Of course he is. He's been around for a while. He'll be just fine. He'll be just fine. No issues there. No issues there. 20 of you wonderful people still watching. Smash a thumb. Pick a lane. Pick on that bitch. She's rude, ignorant. I feel that. Back's hurt. We're gonna do our best. We're gonna do our best. I said I was gonna try to do it in segments. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just open all of these damn things. There's 230 left. I can't do that. I know better. I'll lag my computer out. I'll kill it. I did a 16, so now I got to do a 17. Open all them. And open. Yes. Oh, ungroup. Trump administration to dismantle ocean monitoring system, the $368 million network of instruments collecting data in both the Atlantic and Pacific, have been critical to climate and ocean research. The Trump administration is dismantling the $368 million deep ocean observation system that was put into place a decade ago to monitor coastal environments, marine ecosystems, and powerful currents that affect the global climate. The National Science Foundation said it would send ships in June to begin removing more than 900 deep sea instruments anchored off Oregon, Washington State, Alaska, North Carolina, in the area between Greenland and Iceland, known as the Erminger Sea. Scientists have used data with the system to understand how the ocean is absorbing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, how changes in the ocean temperature such as the marine heat waves, might affect fisheries and signal bigger shifts in climate and coastal flooding along the East Coast. The station in Ermunger Sea has been key to understanding changes in Atlantic meridional, mer- meridional overturning current, a global conveyor belt of water that some scientists have concerned may be weakening as a result of climate warming. A collapse of the current could have severe weather effects. The Rigger Sea moorings are fixed to the floor 9,200 feet below the surface and are part of an international collaboration among scientists who are studying the overturning current. Michael England, a spokesman of the National Science Foundation, said the decision to dismantle the network, known as the Ocean Observation Initiative, aligns with the NSF's wider strategy to have a nimbler approach to prioritizing support for evolving scientific priorities and emerging technologies, as well as a deliberate approach to smart life cycle management with its of research infrastructure. Craig McLean, who is the acting chief scientist of the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration during the first Trump term, said the move was part of a pattern in the Trump administration. This reflects the further lack of understanding that the current administration has with the scientific value and scientific merit. By dismantling such a system, he put we push the United States back yet again into a rear seat of global scientific leadership. I mean, unless we're measuring to see what kind of boats or things were going through the area, there's no reason for it. Climate change is a ridiculous thought. We have cyclical events that are just that, and there's nothing that you can really seriously do about that. Um, Probably going to end up cutting a bunch of stuff here real quick because my back is really seriously getting in like spasm, and it's not comfortable. Um, Trump's 24 karat gold restoration of Lincoln Memorial horse statues, all the rage. Nice. With the nation to celebrate the 25th, 250th anniversary of the year, of this year or whatever, Donald Trump is prioritizing beautification of Washington, D.C., which goes along with the ongoing efforts to make the city streets in the nation's capital safer and addressing crime. And such project involves restoring the four bronze horse statues that surround the Lincoln Memorial uh, with notice reporting that the Trump administration is spending $5 million to coat the statues with 23.75 karat gold leaf. Four massive bronze horses positioned alongside the road surrounding the Lincoln Memorial still shine in the sun from their first restoration in the 1970s, but their gold toned coating is faded and patchy, and they're having stone bases were cracked and dirty. The Trump administration wants them glittering with fresh coat of gold in time for America's 250th anniversary on July 4th. So in mid-April, the National Park Service handed a $5 million contract to Gilding Studio in Maryland to repair the statues and cover them with a thick layer of 23.75 karat gold leaf. They're like, make them gold. He's having some issues. He's having big issues. Trump affiliated Freedom 250 concert is having an awfully hard time convincing musicians to play. 2 days ago, the Trump affiliated nonprofit Freedom 250 announced the lineup for the celebratory semi quincentennial concert series at the National Mall, branded Great American State Fair. The headliners included Vanilla Ice, the Commodores, Brett Michaels of Poison, Flo Rida, Martina McBride, Millie Vanilli, CNC Music Factory, a handful of recognizable acts, albeit ones that were respective heydays several decades ago, but almost as soon as their names were released and their headshots displayed in the seemingly AI generated backdrop, musicians started dropping out saying that they hadn't signed up for the partisan event. It's not a partisan event. What? Huh? It's a national event, dude. One of the first to leave was Young MC, aka Grammy winner Marvin Young, the Bust a Move rapper with the one song, Bust a Move. That's it. That after he learned belatedly that the event was Trump backed, he turned down the gig. Funk singer, the Purple Rain villain, Morris Day, also chimed in. It's no for me. By Friday, Michaels and McBride both announced that they were out too. McBride, a 1990s country pop singer, explained herself on Instagram. I saw it was just a bigger version of many state fairs I have performed at over the years, celebrating community and what makes each state special. She wrote, sounds fun, right? Wholesome, even? Yesterday, things started changing, and what we were told is, in fact, not what is happening. Apparently, these artists are surprised to discover that the group is hosting the event. Freedom 250 is a private nonprofit associated with the Trump administration. Trump, Donald Trump announced its formation in a video in December of 2025. Mother Jones alleges that it was founded as a 4th of July celebration and public lands could go forward without congressional oversight of the group's spending. Vanity Fair has reached out to the Freedom 250 for comment. Freedom 250 is not confused to be not confused with America 250, a separate organization which is approved by Congress. Earlier this month, Freedom 250 hosted a controversial worship event called Rededicate 250 at the National Mall, where primarily Christian pastors and religious influencers asked the American populace to turn back to God. It wasn't that bad of an ordeal. It actually I enjoyed that for what it was. The spat of dropouts is the first time Trump affiliated concert in DC was floundered. Back in 2017, Trump struggled to attract performers for his first inauguration. At the 11th hour, country star Toby Keith, rock band Three Doors Down, and perennial patriot Lee Greenwood all ultimately signed on. His 2025 inauguration was slightly different. Carrie Underwood, Jewel, and rappers including Nelly and Snoop Dogg all performed in inauguration related events. Jewel, however, apologized for her performance at the RFK Jr. inauguration ball. As Trump's approval ratings continue to spiral, it makes sense that artists may be wary of associated with the brands of the co-optation of the Semitic. Dude, they're just like out. I mean, people got some thoughts and ideas. Let's see, what's this? Reconciliation 3.0 is the best 250th birthday present Congress can give America. Leave the legacy of the media for the turn. Leave it to the legacy media to turn to commemorate recurrency proposal into 5 alarm constitutional crisis. By now, you've probably heard of seen that last week's White House press briefing of the CNN's Caitlin Collins confronted Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent about the proposed $250 bill. Do you think politically is a good idea for the $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries? Bessent, armed with the printout of terribly written, terribly edited Washington Post story, pushed back at Collins' suggestion that the ill-advised is proceed with the idea. I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the president on the United States bill.
I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the President of the United States, the person who was President of the United States, on the 250th anniversary bill.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent defending a plan by the White House to put President Trump's face on a new $250 bill, of course, to commemorate America's 250th birthday. Now, putting the image of a living person on U.S. currency is not legal, so it would have to be authorized by Congress, and the idea has not been well received. Hillary Clinton, for example, tweeting, by the end of Trump's term, it'll be just enough to buy 1 gallon of gas and a carton of eggs. And, of course, Democrats are piling on.
How much more evidence before we all realize that Donald Trump doesn't care about affordability? He doesn't care about your family. He cares about self-aggrandizement, whether it's ballrooms, slush funds, his face on money illegally.
Joining the group chat today, Rob Bluey, president and executive editor of the Daily Signal, Noel King, co-host and editorial director of the Today Explained podcast, and Elliot Williams, of course, our legal analyst, still here. So I want to start with you, Noel, because I feel like you don't fly off the handle about things. Never. And there is a world of people who are like, look at all the things his name is on. The Kennedy Center, the passports, the national parks passes. I actually have one of those. So do I. You do, of course. And then there's the Gold Card Visa program. And then there's the Institute of Peace. So I think that for a guy who put his name on steaks and hotels and sneakers, this is like not a wild idea.
It's not a wild idea. I get it. I get where President Trump is coming from. I do think, I have said on your show repeatedly that I think the economic messaging coming from the White House is really deranged. And all this does is remind Americans that they don't have $250 to waste. And I do think that there are better ways to do everything all the time, always. But this is one where it just feels like, stop reminding us that we're broke and that we feel broke. If President Trump came out and said, I'm going to give you all $250 with my name and my face on it, I don't know.
Yeah. And Rob, in your notes, you were saying, look, there was the idea of the $1 trillion coin that the Barack Obama era they were going to do to solve the debt crisis, which is an interesting argument, except we're kind of in another debt situation. So they haven't solved that. But to you, talk about that messaging part of it, because what Noel said wasn't that this is just bad, but that it is reminding people over and over again what they don't have.
Oh, sure. This is a huge issue, as we've talked about many of times, and you know my feelings on it, that the White House has a big issue to solve when it comes to convincing the American people that the economy is going to be better and on a trajectory that's going to leave them with better personal finances. I think that that's why it's so critically important. Congress can pass this bill. I'll be fully supportive of Joe Wilson's legislation to put President Trump on the bill. Calvin Coolidge was on the bill 100 years ago. But, Audie, what they need to do that's more...
someone passed a law that's like, let's not do this. You know what I mean? It feels like there was a conversation people had where they were like, let's not put living people on the money. We've got reasons for that. And now we're just sort of like, nah.
Do you want the president's face on money? It's a sincere question I have. It's for supporters of the president. Is this truly what you want?
Who really seriously? Yes. Yeah, just do it. Just do it. Let's show the ignorance as much as we possibly can. Just let them do it. Who gives a fuck? Why is it that we need to argue about who gets something given to them, if they're alive, if they're dead? Who fucking cares? They need to stop worrying about what Donald Trump is doing and worry about themselves, I think. You don't want your face on a $250 bill? Try harder. The American Revolution is not complete. It was that the last pop culture sensation to tackle the American Revolution, the 2015 musical Hamilton, felt that the best way is to make nation's founding legible to modern audiences was to cast the founding father into a plucky immigrant. So distant was the world where the creator, Lin-Manuel Miranda, seemed to think that the audiences could only relate to the founding if they're retrofitted into more contemporary terms for all the absurdities of that musical in the moment. A quasi-monarchist, low-key slave peddler in the architect of nation's first banking system, recast the hip hop singing immigrant striver, and fawned over by liberal elites, what went virtually unnoticed amid the commentary was how remote it made the revolution feel. Even the sharpest critics focused mainly on the historical distortion, adding that the sense of the revolution was far behind us, a subject best left to historians rather than a playwright and a politician. Now that the nation's 250th anniversary is upon us, you could forgive liberals for feeling conflicted. Few seem in the mood to participate in what will likely be even grosser distortion of the offered by Trump sponsored events. But equally troubling is that many feel that the revolution doesn't offer much in a way to inspiration. Whatever the Declaration of Independence, radicalism, with the bedrock assumption that all men are created equal, the founders as a group largely failed to put these ideals into practice, despite the demands of thousands of enslaved people, poor white men and women during the war years. By century's end, the founders had rolled back what few liberties they had won and forgot about the Native Americans or forget about the Native Americans. No matter which side they took, the Patriot victory unleashed a torrent of land theft and state violence against which Native nations would continue to fight for at least another century. And it doesn't matter which country you actually go ahead, go back in history and look and who was fighting what. We know better. The Revolutionary Wars were fought almost everywhere by multiple different locations and countries. But what if you? It, but what if this was the way of understanding the nation's birth rests in its own faulty assumptions? What if the revolution can only be judged a failure if we assume it ended in the founder's lifetime? Two new books suggested very different ways. The one reason the revolution disappoints us because they assume it ended too soon. Historians typically mark the end of a revolution with either a ratification or a constitution in 1788, or at the very least, the War of 1812, when the new nation fought a second and final war against the British. But deep into the 19th century, many ordinary Americans saw revolution as ongoing, as an unfinished fight for freedom and equality that only began in the first shots at Lexington and Concord in 1775 and continued for at least another century until the end of the Reconstruction. If we take the long view, they suggest the focus of lesser known figures who tried to fulfill the revolution radical promise. Perhaps this year's anniversary need not feel like such a downer. Thomas Richards Jr. Why the American Revolution Never Ended. Nice. Nice. New book. Might be something of interest. Unfinished Business of 1776. Close some stuff. Trump's America versus Springsteen. I know which is the real America. What, Springsteen's America? So how Donald Trump wants to cancel the Freedom 250 concert. Oh, musical artists who have obviously lied by Trump students, them convinced to agree to perform, have spent the last few days not only backing out of the shows, but going out to their way to emphasize that they were misled. Oh, Bruce Springsteen played a sold out show in Washington's National Park, around 41,000 people for the Land of Hope and Dream tour. As you've no doubt heard, he opened the show, and he seems to be opening every date of the tour with a sermon about the reckless, racist, incompetent, treasonous occupant of the White House before he launched into a cover of Edwin Starr's 1970 charter-topping hit, War. What is it good for? Nothing. It's not. It's really not. But, Bruce Springsteen thinks that he knows the answer to everything. Mm-hmm. He might. He might know enough. Doesn't mean I have to like him. Trump's approval rating remained low as voters fret over economy and inflation. It's been a rocky spring. President Donald Trump is at least as far as favorability ratings among voters. That's the bad news, but there's also good news for Trump. His ratings showed little change in the latest I tip poll as he moves toward the ideal toward a deal with Iran that will open the Mideast oil spigots. The national online poll each month asked voters to assess presidential performance. June's poll was taken in May 26th through May 28th and included a sample of 1,589 adults with a margin of a 2.7% plus or minus. The first question overall is the opinion of Donald Trump's general favorability. In a whole, there's no improvement, with 37% calling their opinion favorable versus 53% calling unfavorable, for a 16% point favorability deficit. That gap is identical to May's measure. Of those remaining 6% said that they were not familiar enough, and say 4% were not sure. Good for selling Springsteen tickets? Yeah, right. How Trump made Penn quake in his boots. What's he doing? Earlier this spring, I visited University of Pennsylvania's College Green. I saw smiling students innocently chatting with each other in the hurriedly walked between classes. I eavesdropped on a Doe-Eye high schooler and their college tour being lectured by the undergrads in the grandeur of Penn. And upon gazing up at the stately Ben Franklin statue that sits in the front of the college hall, I absent-mindedly bumped into the passing professor, who laughed off my attempts at apology. No harm, no foul. Foul, he pleasantly said before peaceably continuing on his way. The scene was both excitingly collegiate and excitingly collegial. In fact, the only evidence that 2 years prior to had been the site of notorious pro-Palestinian protest encampment, a source of deep discord and division that drew the ire and rebuke of both President Donald Trump and Governors Josh Shapiro. The ultimately police in riot gear was a metal sign stating that demonstrations, rallies, protests, and large gatherings require prior university approval, and that overnight occupation was strictly prohibited. And that right there, that peaceful and anodyne scene that you witness, is a chilling effect in action. A Penn faculty member in the humanities department told me college students are the most likely people to be activists. They have strong political passions, and since Trump is reelected, there's been plenty of protest. The White House attacks on science, people being scooped off the street and sent to the gulag in El Salvador, ICE raids in Minneapolis, and protesters are being executed in the street in the war in Iran. The list goes on, and yet there hasn't been a single protest on campus, not a peep. Professors and students alike are exhausted by the threat of doxing, by the threat of blacklisting, by the threat of being investigated, by the threat of present and the future, and livelihood being put in jeopardy. Over this past winter and spring, I spoke into some 20 current and former faculty and staff in vaunted Ivy League institution, some of whom refused to be quoted by name for fear of reprisals by Penn administrators, donors, and funders, or fear of harassment from far right wing agitators. They all report that diversity, equity, inclusion, academic, and freedom and free speech are under attack at Penn campus, you don't get to use diversity, equity, inclusion. He told you stop it. He told you stop it. You don't like it. Too bad. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Trump announces drone port at White House ballroom. I mean, we need to protect ourselves. President Trump announced a drone port at the upcoming White House ballroom. The drone port is the White House ballroom will be perhaps the most sophisticated anywhere in the world. It will be safeguarded our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., long into the future. Judge Richard Leon should stop playing games with America's security. If anything happens, he will be held responsible for the death and destruction caused to our country. Trump urged that the judge has already created enough problems by allowing top secret information to be released and exposed based on the ridiculous lawsuit started by highly litigious women. Serious plaintiff whose strolling, in her opinion, will be disturbed by the new desperately needed structure. I mean, naked anime girls, please. I mean, legit, nice name. Beautiful, bigly. It's huge. We'll make it bad. We'll make it big and bad. We'll love it. Everybody will love it. They'll want to come and see us and visit with. Well, all the people are going to want to come to this place. We know better. It'll make it things a lot safer than it ever had been. You're going to have drone fighters legit sitting right there. Nobody's going to fuck around. Nobody's going to try walking up to the White House with a gun any longer. They're like, hey, I'm going to get hit by a drone. Like I said, no rhyme, no reason. Just a bunch of articles, 250 of them. What lies beneath massive secret vault under Lincoln Memorial is to be opened in public for America's 250. If you've ever been at Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., and you know it's a majestic sight, the 19-foot tall Georgia white marble statue of Honest Abe overlooking the reflecting pool, and then further off the Washington Monument with the U.S. Capitol. Something you presumably didn't see in your visit, however, is the massive 50,000 square foot foundation built to keep the whole thing from sinking into the swamp in D.C. It's called an undercroft, and it's been tightly held secret for decades. In June, the Department of Interior will invite the public to see the hidden vault. For whatever reason, I always love underground sites and to find them mysterious, fascinating. They're right under our feet, and yet we have no idea they're there. In fact, I'd be lying if I didn't admit to getting caught up more than once in an episode of 2017 Science Channel show Secrets of the Underground, where the Nazi gold I want to know. Burgum appeared in CBS News Sunday morning and showcased a spectacular little known space.
To call Washington a swamp is a metaphor, but also the literal truth. So when planning began for the Lincoln Memorial in the early 1910s, builders faced a real sinking problem. Their solution led to one of Washington's best-kept secrets until now.
We are underneath the Lincoln Memorial right here, standing with these 120 massive concrete pillars. They go 50 feet in the ground, down into the swamp, down to the bedrock to actually support the enormous weight. This was all reclaimed land.
Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum took us through what's known as the memorial's undercroft, a term usually reserved for the vaulted basement of a medieval castle or cathedral.
Above us is Lincoln sitting in his reflective pose.
At 50,000 square feet, the undercroft is so massive it's almost twice the size of the memorial above. For years, Hollywood's imagined a secret underground to the memorial. And the Undercroft really is one.
They didn't imagine it. They just knew. They knew somebody would let them know exactly what it was that was going on.
These are stalactites, aren't? Oh, I just get dripped on.
Yes, they're still active, they're still dripping. And of course, as the rainwater comes through cracks in the granite, it seeps down here, picks up calcium.
Visitors will see it for themselves starting this June in a new museum hanging directly beneath the memorial.
I thought it'd be a good idea is to have more of an educational role for the Lincoln Memorial.
Philanthropist David Rubenstein helped bring the Undercroft out of the shadows, donating a quarter of the $69 million needed for its transformation.
You can't really be a great country if you don't really honor your history and understand your history.
He hopes it expands our understanding of Lincoln, whose own life wasn't as grand as the marble above suggests.
He had a very complicated life, had a lot of tragedy in his life. A lot of his children died before they were very old, and had a very complicated marriage as well. But in the end, he rose up to the occasion and became, I think, our greatest president.
Some of the exhibits will also be about the memorial itself.
You know, I think it's still about freedom, hope, and today it's about inclusion.
Howard University historian Edna Green Medford sees the memorial as a stage for America's changing ideas of freedom. In 1939, contralto Marian Anderson, barred by white-only policies at the city's indoor venues, moved her performance here, delivering the opening notes to a decades-long battle.
Don't know why they gotta justify the basement. I just assume that the government's been making tax dollars and built secret crap all over the country. I mean, right? Legit. They've been doing shit for a long time. Why? What make us suggest us that we would be like, oh, they didn't? Of course, they had some underground bullshit somewhere. Almost every single place. We know better. Congress members don't just walk out the front door and go walk down the street to go and find. They go take the tunnels to the places that they need. We don't.
Battle for civil rights, where the memorial often took center stage.
Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time.
The memorial becomes not just a symbol for freedom for Black people, but it becomes a symbol of freedom for various groups. They feel that this is their memorial, and they are interpreting freedom in their own way.
The museum touches on this history, but it's opening at a moment when other national park sites are removing signs and reviewing exhibitions related to slavery and racism. The administration calls it restoring truth and sanity to American history.
Slavery and racism, that's such a fundamental part of the story of this museum and this memorial. When you focus on restoring truth and sanity, who gets to determine the truth?
There's a place to have, current cultural debates, and then there's a place to just tell and celebrate our history. We're not a nation without flaws, but we are a nation that is based on continuous improvement. And we may have over-rotated towards a point of kind of massive self-criticism because maybe it was expedient politically in the short term. And it's important when we're using federal dollars that we tell a story that celebrates this country.
The Undercroft will open as part of America's 250th celebration, highlighting Americans who left their mark in big ways and small.
This artwork was done by some of the original construction workers. The historians believe this was a silent movie star of her time.
The Undercroft invites visitors to see the Lincoln Memorial in its entirety. Not just the ideal in marble above, but the work, the weight, and the imperfections underneath. A fitting view, perhaps, for Lincoln and for a country still gathering at his feet.
I mean, we'll kind of kick it up and move along. Trump drops brutal 5-word verdict in California election. Newsom responds instantly as political firestorm erupts. President Donald Trump ripped California's elections as a fraud, triggering Gavin Newsom to respond by calling him names. The long running war of words between president and California Democrat governor continues to as Newsom posted a response to Trump's comments about the state's elections as primaries entered the final stretch. In an interview with his daughter in law on Fox News, the president spoke with rooting out fraud in the nation before mentioning voting procedures in the Golden State. They're rigged, reiterating his view of the mail voting is rigged. How long is this supposed to be? Okay. Some of the memes that come along with shit. Hilarious. I'd rather have a president who's rooting out fraud than a governor who's rooting for fraud. And that's why y'all had to pass laws to protect your fraud. Newscum, no Newscum, he's definitely a winner that permanently lives free inside your twisted mind. Imagine being so obsessed while you've led your state into the sewer. I was a guy who's been elected president of the United States twice and just won both of his electoral college and popular vote. A loser. Please explain it always it's please explain it slowly so us peasants can understand. Funny. Funny, funny. Said just stupid shit. Two candidates of the same first and last name causing confusion in state race. You literally can't make this stupid shit up. Republican Alaska Senator Dan Sullivan is facing challenges with the same name in an upcoming Senate race. The lawmaker is running against Dan J. Sullivan, a former elementary school teacher and bartender, who claimed in his campaign announcement that the incumbent Sullivan has failed to put Alaska first. The new candidate could be a thorn in the side of Sullivan, who is already facing the competitive challenge against Mary Patella, that Democrat. The others, you have to remember Alaska, rank choice voting. Rank choice voting, so they get to actually vote several times for these people. The other Sullivan did not mention a party affiliation and did not lay out the policy proposals. For too long, Senator Sullivan, who has failed to put Alaska first, Sullivan said, when you truly care about the people and the place, you have a duty to make every sacrifice with your power to protect them. That's why I'm running. Sullivan suggested that Dan J. Sullivan is a plant by Democrats with the intent of causing confused voters to pick the wrong Sullivan. What up, OG Dark Spider? How are you? I mean, I'm doing all right. Kind of beat, tired, but I mean, how many are? Where were we at? 3.5. I mean, that's 9.5 hours. 9.5 hours of fun news and politics. I mean, if you're in Alaska, vote for Dan Sullivan. Not for Dan Sullivan. Just for Dan Sullivan. The Trumpian machismo infecting the Texas Senate race? Within hours of winning Republican nomination for the Texas Senate election, Ken Paxton as attacking Democrat opponent James Tallarico as insufficiently masculine to represent the state in Washington. The state in Washington, in an acceptance speech, Paxton rolled out the nicknames Low T Tallarico, Tofu Tallarico, Six Gender Jimmy, and James Telefrico, reminiscent of derogatory titles President Donald Trump gives his political enemies. This motherfucker. This wacky congresswoman just demanded an underground railroad for abortion. We get what we want. We take it underground.
The Supreme Court, it's not the Roberts Court. It's the Trump Court. Okay. And the Trump Court is hell bent on bringing us back to a Jim Crow South. It's hell bent, and it has taken the bodily autonomy away from young women and girls in terms of their abortion rights and their reproductive health rights. The administration is extremely clear on how they view women and disabled people. Okay. So now our North Star. To me, there's a couple mechanical ways that we can move forward. Let's agree that we either need to expand the court, not just because we don't agree with what they're doing. I think we need court reform all around. Why do these fools get lifetime jobs? Again,
yes, that
it's
part.
for a lifetime. Nobody gets a lifetime
that
job.
Part.
When you every day, and we show, and they've been showing, not just with the decision to gut the Voting Rights Act, but day after day, they are maligning Americans and folks who are on the margins. Where's your evaluation, right? If the president of the United States has to run every 4 years, they get to put in place folks who have no accountability system. And again, I think our Constitution has always been up for revision. That's why we have the amendment structure.
Yep.
And so I'm hoping that we can expand the court and that we find new ways to hold the Supreme Court accountable. They are leading this country into the mud. But listen, it's not enough to just say, the court is horrible, the Trump court is horrible, the president is ridiculous, the Democrats are they're out of touch, the Republicans are Klansmen. No, there's over 20 states right now where women can't access the right to abortion.
Yeah.
We have to create underground railroads. We have to ensure that our college and universities, we're holding our presidents to account to say, stop sending the names of protesters to this evil DOJ, from the courts to every single department within the administration. And I'm clumping the courts, even though they're supposed to be a dual form of government.
Yeah.
They're run by the Trump administration.
Sure.
I don't think we stop. I don't think we stop our organizing. I don't think we stop caring for our folks. We will hopefully, you and I and our children, be here on earth when we get this republic right.
The senator who won't shut up about climate change, Sheldon Whitehouse. Bro, he can't help himself. He really seriously can't. He needs to know. He needs to know that he continues to get paid by climate activists to continue to spread false bullshit. It's what he's always going to do. He can't help himself. Legit just can't help himself. They detained. They were detained by ICE. Then they vanished. For about 5 days in December, Abdullah Mohammed seemingly vanished into the U.S. immigrant detention system. Immigration and Customs Enforcement were detained near Portland, Maine, and held him for more than 7 weeks in Massachusetts when, without warning, ICE began moving him repeatedly across the country from state to state, facility to facility, faster than his family could keep up. News of his whereabouts to them in faster came to them in fragments, in emails from the lawyer from Mississippi, a phone call from the wife and fellow detainee who said he was in Louisiana, and at one point a call from Mohammed himself that lasted for about 2 minutes from the undisclosed airport. His lawyers and I don't really give a damn right now. His lawyers shouldn't know why that even matters. Will the new China explosion put America behind China in the moon race? Yes. Yes, we're already behind. We know that we're already behind. We lied about going up there in the 50s and 60s. But here we are. Here we are, how many years later and be like, "Oh shit. They're going to go do that thing now that we claim that we did. We better go make it back. We better go make it back. Otherwise, things not going to be right. Things not going to be right." Like this lady, woman with no right hand, is pulled over for using phone in her right hand.
Hello, ma'am. Hey, good morning. I'm Deputy Gasala with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Recently, being pulled over in the city of Lake Worth today. We're doing an operation for distracted driver, and you drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone. I mean, I saw you with the phone in your hand.
Not. So you want to just call this a day? Or?
I don't want to call it a day. You had a hand up manipulating
You just
the
said
phone.
my right hand.
Well, I thought I saw you with your right hand. You
so
had a
you
hand
didn't.
up. The right hand. I saw you manipulate.
So you didn't.
With the right hand, perhaps not, right? But I saw you.
You didn't see me with my right hand.
Okay, so are you
saying that you saw me with my right hand?
I know what I just said. I know what I just said. I'm asking you now. Did you or not have your phone on your hand?
I did not.
You did not have your phone in your hand?
I did not.
Hand to God, you didn't have your phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
The other hand to God, you don't have your phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
Cool. You have your driver's license, registration, and
Yes,
insurance
I do.
with you?
I mean, you can't make this shit up. Explains that she had the phone in her right hand. No, don't have a right hand, bro. Obviously not. I'm gonna contest that. I believe that you still had it in your right hand. And she should have. She should have. Charges were dismissed, as they should have been. This should have never actually been a damn thing. What exactly caused that loud boom in South Carolina? An extraordinarily loud boom shook parts of South Carolina on Thursday, with witnesses across the state reporting noise that was deafening thunderclap with a huge explosion. But what caused it? While residents and internet sleuths quickly came up with theories, experts were quickly dismissed, leaving a mystery that lingered a day later. At 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, the boom was heard throughout the central part of South Carolina, including the capital city, Columbia, and the area extended at least 40 to 50 miles east. The United States Geological Survey said it was centered just about 3.5 miles northeast of St. Andrews in the Columbia metro area. There were no reports of damage and serious injury, but it left the region puzzled. Hundreds of residents described hearing a sudden jarring sound and a rumble that felt like an earthquake. Many expressed their alarm on social media. It felt like a bomb just went off. It shook my room. No company in the entity immediately claimed responsibility. Many possibilities have ruled out. Some experts wouldn't commit to the theory yet. So the question remained, what the heck was it? Could it have been a terror attack? The Richland County Sheriff's Office, which covers Columbia, did not seem to think so. If we receive an information that it was a law enforcement issue, we in law enforcement issue, we will provide updates. Did a meteor strike? No. We can confirm that it was not caused by a meteor. It said that it had received no reports of a fireball or no satellite detections in the meteor of the area. Seems like an earthquake then? This event is not an earthquake. We can confirm there's no earthquake activity this evening in Columbia, South Carolina. The last reported tremor in the area is magnitude 1.9 on May 22nd. Nothing today. Tell me, the recorded waves of the eyewitness report are consistent that the sonic boom. A sonic boom is created when an object travels faster than the speed of sound, about 767 miles an hour. The fast moving object pushes air forward. When it reaches the speed of sound, these waves are these waves of air combine into shock waves, triggering a loud boom. That they're just that's all it is. As a Friday afternoon, the mystery lingers. They don't know what the fuck it is. They don't know what the fuck it is. U.S. courts block Pentagon from removing transgender troop for now. I mean, forever. Stop it. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. That's a mental illness. Remove them. Remove them immediately. The painful truth of long COVID. I can tell I've been up way too late. I hear the birds chirping outside. Consider prevalence rates. How could one study find it affected 3.3% of the population of the UK, but only alarming 51% of South Americans and 86% of Egyptians? Or treatment methods? In the BMJ's systematic review of ways to treat long COVID, lists two of the supported by moderate evidence: cognitive behavioral therapy and physical exercise. But if you attend the third annual Long COVID International Conference in Boston, as I did last year, you'd think the BMJ was encouraging medical malpractice. During 2 days of presentation, the world's leading scientific authorities brought up exercise only to warn against it. Cognitive behavioral therapy received just one mention, not recommended. Then there's a scientific progress, the lack thereof. 6 years since the height of the pandemic, and scientific community remains baffled by long COVID. It was caused by the mask. Stop it. You're not baffled. Researchers still don't know why some people's symptoms persist or worsen after the acute phase of SARS-CoV-2 infection was passed. Almost 2 billion and a half of decade of international efforts have yielded little more than hypotheses about micro blood clots and spike proteins and mitochondrial dysfunction. There isn't a single approved pharmaceutical treatment, not even a test to verify the presence of the illness. Cop just said in my bad, let it go. I mean, he could have. He could have, instead of dragging it through and making her go through all the processes. Ridiculous. My bad. Sorry, ma'am. Teenage barrel racing competitor arrested after horse stabbing rampage. What the fuck? 3 horses were stabbed early Saturday in Las Vegas barrel racing event. A teenage girl was later arrested in connection with the incident. May 30th, 2026 at approximately 2:07 a.m. LV MPD Communications received a report that a horse had been injured in a barn located at 9700 block of South Las Vegas Boulevard. Patrol officers arrived to learn that 3 horses had been intentionally injured in a sharp object. The LVMPD Animal Cruelty Section was notified and responded to the scene. Through the course of investigation, detectives identified a teenage girl as the possible suspect. Investigators discovered the teen had access to the barn while the injuries she inflicted to the horses were not life threatening. Police believed that they were intended to keep the horses from entering the competition. The suspect was later arrested by detectives in a nearby hotel without incident. She was then taken to Clark County Juvenile Hall. The suspect was charged with 12 counts of willful, malicious, kill, maim, torture animal, horse, and 3 counts of felony malicious destruction of private property valued at over $5,000. The National Barrel Horse Association said that in a Facebook post, an isolated incident was addressed immediately at the 2026 official MBHA Las Vegas Super Show, and all appropriate steps have been taken to ensure that the well-being of all horses. An accompanying news release said that the incident involved a limited number of equine athletes by an event competitor. What a little witch. What up, McMonsterly? Weapons obsessed, weapons obsessed, weapons obsessed killer jailed for student's murder. Oh, this one's got a video. Perfect. Give us your words. No. Weapons obsessed killer has been stabbed by students, and the death has been jailed by life minimum of 21 years. Victim Digwa, 23, used 21 centimeter 8-inch blade. He said he carried as part of his Sikh faith and killed Henry Novak, 18, who was walking home alone after the night out with friends in Southampton on December 3rd. The victim from Essex was handcuffed by police as he was laid dying in the scene of the Digwald lied, claiming that he had been racially abused by the teen and then acted in self-defense. He told officers his turban had been knocked off and that he had been injured. Judge William Mosley told the packed Southampton court that Digwa had brought shame upon his family and his religion. Body cam footage released by Hampshire and Isle of Wight Constabulary with the family's permission shows officers arriving at the scene and speaking with Digwa and others. Novak, who is seen in the ground in the video, can be heard saying, "I've been stabbed and I can't breathe," multiple times. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like I said, no rhyme or reason to anything. Just a bunch of tabs, things that we need to cover. The return of blaming and shaming of public health. Get it. Get it. You want to eat donuts all day and drink sodas? That's your choice, Mr. Kennedy said before musing. Should you then expect society to care for you when you predictably get very sick? This is not the isolated flourish. In an event for West Virginia last March, Mr. Kennedy mocked the governor's weight and asked the crowd whether the governor should be a monthly public weigh in until he lost 30 pounds. Mr. Kennedy has suggested that the obesity epidemic could be solved in 3 good meals a day, while disparaging evidence based interventions like GLP-1, suggesting that the company behind Ozempic and Wegovy is counting on selling it to Americans because we are so stupid and so addicted to drugs. In other news, sexual chocolate faces recalls after FDA tests reveal undisclosed Viagra. Sellers of products in names like Boner Bears and DTF have voluntarily recalled their products after testing positive for active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis. Again, no rhyme or reason to anything. Historical artifacts you can collect that won't break the bank. History buffs rejoice that it's possible to collect historical artifacts without having to file for bankruptcy as a result. You can begin to put together your own small museum, turning corners of your home into reliquaries of the past, even if you aren't flooded with disposable income. Why collect artifacts? Because history is about more than textbooks and dates, abstract theories. It's written into this physical world if we inhabit. History is real, and it happened. A real article is fucking weird. What? If you can list a few items so long before the dawn of human history, you can easily purchase real dinosaur tooth for less than $400. Uh, Trilobite fossils? I mean, what the? Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep fossils in my house of different random shit. Do it. I'm gonna open 200 tabs. Fuck it. Do it. Open the last 200 tabs. Let the computer kind of cease and freeze for a moment and be like, what? What am I doing? Why am I opening this many tabs? Because I said so. It's taking a minute. It's like I said, no rhyme or reason. No rhyme or reason. You're like, what the fuck? Weight loss drugs killed by appetite? Oh, Sam Altman, co-founder of OpenAI, has launched a chat GPT to not is not overweight. Gay tech billionaire rarely are. Even so, he has explained that the recent interview he was keen to try a GLP-1, one of these drugs that have revolutionized weight loss in the past 5 years. You can understand why he was curious. Ozempic and Monjero might appear to have nothing in common with artificial intelligence, but both phenomena have helped to create a sensation that we're entering an era of accelerating and uncontrollable change. Alas, he screwed it up. He had someone inject him with a megadose, puked all night, and then lay on the bed for days, staring at a white ceiling, thinking nothing, not only feeling no urge to eat, but also no desire for anything. When I read that on X, I knew exactly how Altman felt and didn't feel. In a few months, I've lost 50 pounds of Mangiano. Now, I'm aware that journalist accounts of the weight loss journeys could qualify for a world bearing championship imagined by a satirist Michael Wharton in his Peter's Simple Telegraph column. So I'll keep it brief. This is the second time my weight has dropped from 200 to 150. The first time was when I was 20, thanks to a diet supervised by my mother. But the only time in my life girls hit a Porky Thompson, my popularity soared, which told me a lot about how intensely people dislike fatness, even if you don't say so. For decades later, friends and colleagues scarcely noticed, which speaks volumes about attitudes in old people. If you're thinner, it will just make life easier for the pallbearers. Oh no. How frozen are we? Completely and totally frozen? How much audio do you get? Did you get all the audio at least? Let's see here. See if we can't get the task manager to get the task manager to stop the screen from freezing. Not sure if that's a thing. Um, okay, there it is. Let's go. It's like kind of sort of wanting to, kind of sort of not wanting to. It's not really sure. I think there's a couple things at the very bottom of this. Yeah. Let's close these ones. These ones are going to consume a lot. The ones at the very bottom, there's a couple videos at the bottom that I won't make it to. I know better. All right. I think I pretty much read the article. 47 minutes. Could restore Britain's spell and end of. Oh, I don't know what that is. Never mind. Running from the bus is suddenly as easy as the decades ago, but and then this is the key point. Only in the rare occasion when I can be bothered to go anywhere, I could give ultimate lessons and staring at the ceiling thinking nothing. I can even outstare my deaf white cat more, who spends hours scrutinizing the same patch in the wallpaper. I've been a martyr of pathological laziness since I was in my pram. I was in the pram. Like Donald Trump, I maintain that talking is a form of exercise and leave it at that. From time to time, I torment myself by reading The Dust Jacket of the Black, published in 1996, the debut of the promising new writer. That was me. The promise wasn't fulfilled because if there's one thing I can't bear, it's writing. I think I can make it through the rest of this in 2 hours. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that. We'll see if we can't make that happen. The grim, unsettling David murder case is taking over Los Angeles. Why is it taking over Los Angeles? Just drop it. Just don't cover it. Oh, what? Imagine if Agatha Christie was actually committing a murder she plotted out in her book. That, to some degree, is the singer David is accused of. The musician's morbid self mythology has turned a real life court case into a feeding frenzy for former fans of amateur sleuths alike in the pick over every detail of his work like a breadcrumb trail. David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, paralyzed DIY cult renowned into lucrative major label recording contract, a tour of SCA, a now canceled campaign of Crocs and Hollister. He scored his first hit in 2022 with a song called Romantic Homicide. In the video, David stands over a dead woman and the croons, "In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it." The 21-year-old singer currently occupies Los Angeles jail cell. He has been charged with murder of a 14-year-old Celeste Rivera Hernandez with further indictments for sexual abuse of child and mutilation of human remains. The girl's body was found last fall in the front trunk of the singer's Tesla, which had been in a tow yard after being reported abandoned in Hollywood Hills near the house David been renting. The medical examiner's office said she had been stabbed, then dismembered. By the time the police found Hernandez's body in the trunk, she was in an advanced state of decomposition. According to medical examiner's office, Burke has pleaded not guilty. The prosecution alleges that Burke dismembered Hernandez with a chainsaw he ordered from Amazon days before the alleged murder. The singer allegedly purchased a body bag, heavy duty laundry bags, and blue inflatable pool. Fragments of the blue plastic embedded in the victim's remains. The prosecutor argues indictment of the pool that the blue pool was used as aid of messy business of dismemberment. And the nightmare came to life as gruesome as one of the gory anime series David admired. Every new detail in the case is more heart trending, the stomach turning than the last. It was it's just disgusting. So that it was eerie to watch Burke walk into the Los Angeles Superior Court Wednesday afternoon for a preliminary hearing, tethered by chains, sitting in a rumpled orange prison jumpsuit. He looked both alert and nonchalant, occasionally nodding in the defense's attorneys argued against the public release of the LA County District Attorney's 9-page brief, which graphically lays out an evidence of the case of the prosecution plans to present, including the details above about the chainsaw and the plastic pool. In the courtroom, attorney Blair Burke described that the brief is a very one-sided view of what's anticipated to be the evidence of the case, expressed concern that the jurors in the future trial could be misled or tainted, especially in the heightened media attention. Judge Carolyn Olmedo waved the concern away, briskly pointing out that the Los Angeles has a massive and diverse jury pool, and that the city is also home to a plethora of high-profile cases. The first Nick Reiner hearing in months had taken place in a courtroom directly across the hall earlier that day. Burke barely spoke in the courtroom other than to say, "Yes, Your Honor," and whisper his agreement to his lawyer. When he rose and led out of the courtroom, chains around his waist, he smiled and nodded politely at the judge, as if he was thanking his friend's mother for bringing him the afternoon snack. Shortly after, the district attorney's office released the contested brief. In it, the prosecution claims that Hernandez and Burke met in January of 2022 when she was just 11, and that their relation became sexual in November of 2023 when she was 18, or when he was 18 and she was 13. Her family reported her missing twice in 2024. At one point, the Riverside County Sheriff's Department contacted Burke after they noticed that the phone number of Hernandez's phone records. He claimed not to know her whereabouts and that she was a minor. Although Hernandez returned home shortly afterward, Yet Hernandez continued to spend time with Burke in 2024, leaving her home in the Riverside County town of Lake Elsinore to hang out with him in Hollywood Hills, Los Angeles, or Las Vegas rather, and even Texas, where the family lives. Text exchanges between the victim and defendant contain reference of sex, pregnancy, abortion, use of Plan B emergency contraception. There's also explicit photographs, documents corroborating the sexual relationship. But what was the motive of killing her? The prosecution wrote in the brief that there was also messages suggesting that Hernandez was jealous of Burke's relationships with other women and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with the defendant to end his career and destroy his life. And so he destroyed his own life and ended his own career in the process. He's like, well, if you're going to take me out, I'll just do it myself. I'll just do it myself. And he ended her life in the process, which is disturbing to think about how somebody could actually take themselves, muster up enough to do just that. No links in chat. Oh, fuck is that? I'm sick of freaking retarded bots. How many accounts do they need to create to go ahead and spam somebody's ridiculous channel? If you can't create your own, if you can't go around and get yourself the audience that you wish on your own, maybe it's just not for you. Maybe it's just not for you. Stop it. What are you trying to expose? Or do I not want to know? Yeah, you don't really want to know. That's just some disgusting skull spotter bullshit. I usually encourage the Rivas Hernandez family to speak publicly through the criminal process. He continued, however, in light of the gruesome details emerging almost daily, the family has decided not to make any statements now or in the future. Gross. I don't understand how somebody can actually have the mentality to really seriously kill somebody else, dismember them, think you're gonna get rid of them, just and then not do any of that. Dozens of brain scans reveal a worrying consequence of night shifts. Night shift work is not for the weak. Staying awake from dusk through dawn, as many nurses, doctors, and emergency responders do, as well as podcasters, your wonderful favorite podcasters. We all have this tendency that we just like we stay up for a strange amount of hours. I'm only like 10 hours in right now. But does it have an impact on your brain? Yeah. Yeah, sure does. Neuroscientists in Singapore have now found evidence that shift work is tied to brain volume losses in key parts of the brain. Oh, with brain loss, brain loss. I'm need money to keep going. Stupid shit. University of Minnesota bias report. Someone said mothers instead of lactating individuals. Some complain that either a graduate student or professor used biologically correct language when referring to a woman, according to the bias report. Among more than 100 bias report response and referral network reports filed between July 2024 and March of 2026, There are 3 that address the same controversy. A graduate student reported someone is complaining about having to change their grant proposal language from mothers to lactating individuals. According to October 2025 report, the spreadsheet only labels the alleged offender as a respondent. The fix obtained a spreadsheet of biases report via a public record request. This one is one of the 15%. It involved gender identity, sexual orientation, and gender expression. Of the 117 bias reports, roughly 50% came from the students at either the undergraduate or graduate level, while 29% of the complaints came from the staff, faculty, and professionals. As a school, nearly 20% of the bias report came from any source with an unknown relationship to the school. Additionally, around 25 complaints specifically say that the person reporting is anonymous, though none of the reports include the name of a specific person complaining. About 1 in 4 complaints involve online communication or graffiti, while 10% concern students reporting professors. One instance in September 2024 involved a student reporting a faculty member of having a hearing disability, and student reported that the faculty member's difficulty hearing was impacting the classroom experience. Another report based in gender identity and religion, DEI at its greatest. Minnesota can't grow up. They don't know how. They just don't know how. Oh. To live and die in on camera in Karen Bass's LA. Uh-oh. There's an old saying that sometimes life imitates fiction, and it couldn't be truer in current LA mayoral race. You have a dystopian cityscape filthy covered in refuses of society, both human and their waste, that looks as if they created a movie set. It's dark, squalid, hopelessness permeates in the air, even if there's an area of warm body in sight. If there is one, the body is surrounded by an all enveloping protruity from the rags that cover it to the sidewalk where it defecates, and then lies to sleep or drapes in half a fentanyl fold. Vermin scamper nearby or pause a nimble, but bit players in a tragedy, and already the scriptwriters insert main characters of what is unbelievably awful, too impossibly incompetent, too malignantly self-absorbed to exist real life. Never mind the actual elected officials in major metropolitan city, but in Los Angeles, the real they are real and they are already in the office. Nithya Raman, a District 4 city councilman running for mayor, even before she achieved such an esteemed perch in the city government, she was involved in solving the homelessness issue. The unhomed numbers have only gone up as the money has been spent, and Nithya Raman preaches more compassion and empathy and more spending. Of course she does.
I'm wondering if you support 4118 around schools and daycares.
Well, I already voted against it, you know? Because it doesn't work. I mean, it's like, I don't think a kid's going to be safer because a tent is 500 feet away from a school, you know? It's like, it just doesn't.
Woke up this morning to a sound of commotion outside of my window, and I looked out the window and I realized that there were people setting up what was, I think, a fake encampment, like a homeless encampment outside of my house. Multiple people gathered there filming it to make a shooting something with cameras and things like that outside of my house. I have two little kids.
Yeah.
They didn't see it, luckily, this morning. But, I feel badly that I'm even subjecting them to that at all.
You do? Are you sure? You don't sound so honest with that answer. You seem like you're lying just a little bit. United Flight turns around because someone's Bluetooth name had the TSA emotionally overwhelmed. What's the name? Diverting back to Newark due to security issue, passengers have been told to turn their Bluetooth off on their phones. At AirNav radar, track the flight here. At airnavradar.go.link. Flight attendants reportedly instructed passengers to turn off their Bluetooth connections while the plane was in the air. The crew issued multiple increasingly tense announcements stating that the directive came straight to the United corporate headquarters in Chicago. Crew members warned that if the active Bluetooth signals were not disabled, the plane would be forced to turn around. AirLive.net reported that repeated that the instruction multiple times, eventually given final 1-minute warning. One passenger told the outlet they said it was an individual who had been something with Bluetooth that was threatening the safety of the flight. Despite warnings, the two Bluetooth devices remained active, forcing the pilot to decide to turn around, with the device named including the word bomb, which could be. While cruising at 32,000 feet in the Atlantic Ocean, the pilot made a definitive call to abort route. They declared an emergency in inputting the Squawk 7700 transporter code. They quickly vectored back toward the New York. Air Live reported live 18 somebody in the custom rediscoverable network name of the personal Bluetooth speaker to read bomb. Somebody's retarded. They should be charged properly. They should be charged properly for their idiocies. That Alphabet plans to raise $80 billion in AI goals. Berkshire to invest $10 billion. Nice. Get it. I'm going to do some skipping here. Anthropic has officially filed to go public. The race between OpenAI and Anthropic is heating up. Totally heating up. IPO, a post money valuation at 695 billion. That tops the 852 billion post money valuation of OpenAI as the biggest rival. Amazing. I'm gonna have to go and fix a bunch of shit tomorrow. I know better. Let's see if we can't keep a couple of these articles for later. I know better. I'm getting tired. I have to go to bed, get some rest before the day starts. There you go. Your flying car is almost here. Electric vertical takeoff aircraft regulatory momentum and billions of investments are pushing urban air mobility closer to reality. Get yourself one. You want an airplane? You want a self-flying car, whatever? You know the AI is gonna fly that around for you. You ain't gonna have to do much. Our flying cars are finally coming to be a thing. definitely pop through this real quick and just gonna get the fuck out of here. Go find somebody to raid. You're like, really? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm at my end. I'm at 10 hours. I'm good. Woke up this morning, got myself a gun. Got myself a gun. Get yourself one. Don, thank you for that repost, for that comment. Ribbit, ribbit. Thank you for kicking it, licking, and flicking across that pond. Scoozy Carrie C, thank you for the follow. Much appreciation. That was a couple hours ago. Knocked Lupus, thank you for comment and repost. Ribbit, ribbit. Kicking it, licking it, flicking it across that pond. Ronnie Benoit, thanks for your comment. Divergent. Neural, thank you for the repost. Music and Medicaid, thank you for the repost. Krispy Kreme, thank you for the repost. Scotsman, thank you for the repost. Conspiracy Music, thank you for kicking it, licking it, flicking it across that pond. Ribbit, ribbit. Thank you, Crippy Chuckles, for the repost. I do appreciate y'all coming through here today and doing all those wonderful things. We had some great conversations early. If you missed all that, I can't help you. You should go back and try watching some of it. I would totally suggest it. I'd totally suggest it. Was find something to go raid. We'll go raid these guys. They look like they're just sitting around talking. Do all those wonderful things. Love y'all. Here's your raid. Later.